Hello and thank you for checking out my Shadow of Mordor 100% no damage run. For a full breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. The criteria for this run was Talion's health bar could not drop below 100% from the moment the health bar is shown until the end credits. Branded enemies and beasts do not count if damaged, as they're separate entities. Additionally, 100% is defined as completing all main and Outcast rescue missions, all sword, bow, and dagger legends, all survival and hunting challenges, and collecting all Ithilden and artifacts. Since this is a fully commentated run, I'll primarily be focused on explaining combat and strategies. This means that during a lot of the running from place to place, there won't be much for me to talk to. So with that out of the way, sit back, relax, and thank you for joining me for this challenge run. So as we start the run, one of the things that I want to point out is that there is no health bar here, so you can't take damage. In fact, you won't be able to take damage until you unlock the first tower, and then you jump down and you start to fight orcs in that portion of the game. So in the beginning here, there's really nothing to talk to, so I want to take the time here to address the cutscene skips. There was something that I wanted to do, and if you follow me on Twitter or you follow me on YouTube and you pay attention to the posts that I put on both of those, I did a poll where I asked, would people rather see the full cutscenes or would they rather me just skip it and just do the game? And I would say about 2/3 of the people that did responded in the yes, we would like to see the cutscenes. And so the first, God, I don't know, 80 hours of me trying to do this run. This run took me about 180 hours in total to get. And so about the first 80 hours I did that, and I realized two things. One, cutscenes in this game, and in most games, are very long, and add to a huge amount of time added to the run itself when it needs to be uploaded, right? So this run is about 7 hours long, a little over 7 hours. With cutscenes, it would have probably been around 14, 12 to 14. And I can't upload to YouTube above 12 hours, so between that and the frustration of having to sit through cutscenes over and over and over and over again every time I did another attempt, I quickly decided that just wasn't for me. So I wanted to address that here. We will be skipping cutscenes, and if you do want the full video here, or the full story, movie, whatever you want to call it for the game, I'm sure there's somebody on YouTube that has that available, or pick up the game and play it for yourself because this game is fantastic. Alright, so this is what I was mentioning earlier. This is the first tower we're going to unlock. And as soon as we come out of this, as I go to jump down, I'm going to go ahead and slot in a couple of runes that I have. And these are basically, they're not required, but they help. So things like having a slower focus drain, getting the legendary ability for my sword immediately so I can start building the charge for that, and things like that for the dagger, just being able to do more damage to people that I hit with it, things like that. So as we get the ability to move, we're going to want to go ahead and take out 3 of these, and then we're going to leave 1 alive purposefully. And we're going to go ahead and start moving towards the tower over here, the archer tower. We're going to get right up against it, and then I'm going to kill this guy. And you'll see right after I kill him, we're going to go ahead and pick up the first flower, which is for part 1 of the challenge for gathering. So not much to speak to here. We'll go ahead and interrogate him. This is all tutorial stuff, and then we'll move on. So what I did here was a lot of the pathing through the game I took directly from the speedrunning community. There are various instances where I deviate from that, but the vast majority, 75% easily, is due in part to their hard work of pathing out where to go and what to do for all the hunting challenges, the rescue challenge, the rescue missions, I mean, and basically everything that attributes to the 100%. So you'll see that in between main missions, there's going to be a lot of deviation. So there's going to be a lot of times where you'll see something and I'll just run right by it. And you might think, why the hell are you running by that? You could just get it now. Well, that's because it's actually faster to get it later. And while this isn't a speed run because the run is so long, anywhere that I was able to save some seconds, that's what I decided to do. So I very, very much adhered to the speed running route for 100% in this game as much as I could where safety was doable. In some instances, safety is not doable, or in some instances, it really doesn't matter. They just kind of do whatever makes sense to them because there is so much RNG in this game. This game is very, very RNG heavy in what you're going to face from playthrough to playthrough. So, which is in part, you know, some of the reason why it took so long to get this run is kind of understanding the different variables that you can get that can all kind of exist together and strategizing around that. So that's mainly what you'll see. So right here, what I'm doing is I just keep going back to the tower. Every time you go back to a tower or you fast travel to a tower, it refills your elf shot, which are your arrows, it refills your health, it refills your focus. And I'm doing that over and over again just because from this tower, I can get the flying creatures that I need to finish out the second hunting challenge. So once that second hunting challenge is done, then I'm just going to move forward from there and continue on. Alright, so we're approaching our first, I guess, side mission, right? This is for the Dagger. And I want to point out something I did there right at the beginning, which holds true for the entire game. Anytime you go into a mission and you activate it, it despawns everything in the area and basically moves your character to a new map where predetermined enemies are or new enemy RNG exists, and the old one is wiped out. So that's why I was able to run right by that enemy that was there and didn't have to worry about him. So he's alerted, yeah, he could hit me, yeah, but I don't have to worry about it because as soon as I go into the mission, it's going to despawn him. So that'll hold true for the entire game, so you'll see several instances where I'll just run right by people, and if they see me, whatever, it doesn't matter. As long as I can get to that mission marker and start it, then I'll be completely safe. So this mission, like a lot of the missions in the game, are very scripted. The route that I follow here will always be the same every single time. I'll attack all 10 of these at the same time, in the same way, in the same manner, whatever you want to call it. And they'll always happen. It'll always happen in this way. Not every mission is like that, but the vast majority of them will be like that. So this is one of them that is very scripted, and that's nice, especially at the start of the run. The other thing I'll add, and I think I forgot to say in the opening with the rule set, and it'll be in the description, the full rule set will be in the description, but this run is 100% as the game defines it, and the game does not define 100% as having to complete successfully all optional objectives. That's something extra I wanted to do just for completion. So every single mission where there's an optional objective, so for like the last one it said don't get detected. If you did get detected, it's no big deal, you don't fail it, but you just wouldn't get credit for that optional objective, and you wouldn't get the extra currency that comes with that, which is plus 50, I believe. So every single mission I do, if there is an optional objective, I will be doing that before I finish the mission. So for example, I believe this one, we'll have to kill so many archers before we engage on this captain. So I have to make sure for the optional objective that I kill all 4 of them before we attack him. So that's what I'm going to move to do. Otherwise, we could just go and attack him without having to worry about these. So that's another element of why this run is quite as long as it is that there are several optional objectives that, because they exist, it causes you to have to really slow down and be very patient. Whereas if I wasn't doing a run where those optional objectives were something that I wanted to complete, I would be able to get through these things much faster. I could probably take off nearly 2 hours from this run if I just wanted to not do the optional objectives. But I just wanted to add that because that's very important for anybody that's looking at this. Maybe you're playing the game for yourself and you're having a hard time at some area or whatever. This run will show you how to get through every single thing in the game, the optional objectives included. So what I wanted to do here was I wanted to get behind him and do a stealth hit on him first to initiate, and I wasn't able to do that. He turned around too fast. So I attacked him to pull him into the dialogue, because when that happens, you're immune to damage. Now the fastest way to do damage to any of the lieutenants, veterans, captains, war chiefs, whatever, is essentially to get a stealth hit on them first if they're vulnerable to stealth. Get a stealth hit on them first. Sorry, not a stealth hit. Let me back up. You want to get your flurry attack on them. So you'll do your stun to them. You'll do your flurry attack, which is where Talion will, rapidly hit them with the sword, and that will knock them to the ground. And then when they're on the ground, then you'll do your stealth hit. It's actually a ground finisher, but it's the exact same thing you would do for a stealth hit. So I usually just call it a stealth hit. But you'll do your ground finisher, and then when they pop up, for the majority of the game, once you get the ability unlocked, you'll have the ability to then use a combat finisher. So then you'd want to use the combat finisher, and then repeat that cycle. Obviously, that is if you have to engage in combat. The process that I use for basically every named enemy in the game is I go from what is safest to what is most dangerous in that order. So generally that starts with if I know that they have a weakness. So for example, you can instantly kill them with stealth, or you can instantly kill them with a ranged hit or something like that. Then I'll execute on that weakness. If I don't know if they have a weakness, then the first thing I'll always check for will be if they're vulnerable to range, because that keeps me far enough away from them that I'll never actually get pulled into combat with them. So generally what that looks like is as I go in to kind of discover what's going on with them, I'll shoot them in the head. And that'll either do damage, or the game will tell me they have ranged immunity. If they have ranged immunity, then what I do next is I kind of use the environment. I blow up a barrel, see if that works. Maybe they're scared of that, or maybe they take increased damage from that. The next thing would be morgue flies. Maybe they're scared of morgue flies. They have a fear of morgue flies. Or maybe that will clear out the entire area so that I only have to deal with them in a one-on-one or a 1v1, which is ideal. So I just kind of go down the list of various things you can do with the environment. And then after that, the last thing I will do will enter into what I call melee, the melee checklist, which starts with, can I stealth hit them? Can I get a stealth kill on them? Are they immune to stealth? If they are, that's good to know. But I will try and get a stealth kill on them. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. From there, you'll just enter into the original combination that I told you, where you do the flurry attacks, you knock them down, you do the ground finisher, and then when they stand up, you do a combat finisher. So that's the checklist that I'll go down for pretty much every single named enemy that we're going to have to deal with. And again, that's just coming from a point of view of safety. Trying to be as safe as possible with the top options on that list. And as you go down the list, it gets more risky.
There! It's on the run!
Okay, so as we go into this next section, we're going to need a Caragor right out of this cutscene. And the cool thing about this is you don't actually have to aim anywhere specific on the Caragor. All you have to do is shoot him. You don't even have to charge your shot. So the game is coded that as long as an arrow hits him, he will instantly die. For these enemies, you really want to focus the... I'm going to call them ranged. They're not really archers. They're throwing spears, but you really want to focus them first, and I kind of didn't do that. And they also came in staggered in like a really, really like weird way where you can see one's to the left there. He's just coming like in my line of sight now. And that was unfortunate because you want to get ranged off the board first. In this game, there are several different enemy types. So aside from like the named enemies, you have archers, you have ranged that throw spears, you have shield bearers, you have berserkers that hold heavy axes, like one in each hand, and you have to fight each one of these enemies differently because they all have a different approach. And so the easiest thing for me to do is similar to like what I explained with the captains and stuff like that was if I see any of those enemies, I try to kill them immediately and just get them off the board.
Thank you.
Because if I'm only left with the regular foot soldier, soldier, whatever, then those are easy to deal with because they don't do anything other than attack, and I can just perfect block or perfect parry that, whatever you want to call it, and I'll always be safe. And the way that this game works is only two enemies can ever attack you at one time in melee combat. You can get enemies that will attack you, and then like a ranged enemy will attack you as well. But melee enemies can only ever attack you two at a time. The vast majority of the time it'll be one enemy at a time attacking you. So as long as you're on the ground and you're not in an elevated position, the regular soldier type enemies won't do anything that'll threaten you other than trying to attack you, and you can just block that. So the bottom left of the map, the bottom left on the map, there's been these icons, these little fist icons. These are the Outcast rescue missions. And so one of the interesting things about this game is to do some of the side content, you have to unlock it. And saving certain or rescuing certain Outcast groups will give you the intel needed to unlock these. So that's what I've been doing for the last couple minutes, is going around and rescuing some of the Outcasts so that I can get these missions to pop up so that I can do them. So as we go into this one, there is kind of a scripted portion. I kind of elected to not do it after like a couple of runs ago, just because it was never consistent for me. It seemed like it was fairly consistent for the speedrunning community, but for me it wasn't. And what they do is they drop a guy right in the middle, and it kind of pulls all the other orcs like in a little bit, and then they're able to kind of free these guys really fast and run off. The problem for me with that is that I need to stealth kill some of these for the optional objective. So this goes back to what I was mentioning earlier where, if I wasn't if I didn't add a rule on top of all of this that I needed to finish all of the bonus objectives successfully as well, this stuff would go a lot faster. But because I do need to stealth kill these enemies, then I have to move through here in a little bit of a different way, which is generally just kind of segregating them. Because what I don't want to happen, it's not a big deal if it happens, especially in the early game. But what I don't want to happen is I don't want one of these enemies to get alerted to me and go red, and then generally when they go red, everyone else in proximity around them goes red, and then I've got a bunch of enemies running at me at one time. So the way that I approach this run is very much a stealth first, combat second type of approach.
Someone's killed him.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to pull one of these guys to me, and unfortunately I pulled basically all of them. And I was really, really lucky that when I killed that guy, the other one ran in fear. That is, aside from the ability to brutalize enemies, which I won't have access to for a while, aside from that ability, it's completely random. It's RNG whether an enemy will run in fear from you or not. There is a way you can kind of force the system, but
You've got to save us.
it requires a little bit more effort than, you know, what I would want to do for a no damage run, where you're kind of attacking a bunch of things in a certain way to force the system. So I got really lucky that that guy ran away in fear. Otherwise, he would have seen me, I would have had to enter melee combat with him, and that would have pulled all the other ones into me as well. So.
Nothing here. I can barely feel my feet, but I'll find the strength to run. Thank you, Ranger. Did you hear that?
All the blacksmith's been doing lately is fixing old weapons.
That Warchief spent time making new ones than the last one.
They are tough and they're not stupid. We underestimated our enemies.
They are forged for one purpose: to destroy the world of men.
The boss told me to hurry up torturing a couple of soft skins.
Why even bother torturing if you're gonna do it fast?
Exactly. Don't tell the captain, but I cut off its bits and made it bleed.
My ancestors push away with light.
Someone's sneaking it.
Take that worm! You smell something on the air? Manville! Escape for you!
Ranger! can't trust them. Those slaves will stab you in the back. At least an Uruk will stab you in the front. Most likely the throat. We have similar goals, Ranger. See, you want to kill the captain, and somebody's got to take his place. Somebody like Ratbag?
So this Goroth is in charge?
Of this camp, yeah. Well, he's no Warchief. They answer directly to the Black Hand. I'll show them all when I'm in the Black Hand's inner circle. Becoming a captain is just the first step of Ratbag's plan to become a Warchief.
Been prepared to step hard on his neck.
So we're gonna get pulled into a cutscene type thing here, and as soon as we come out of it, we're gonna have several enemies to deal with that are gonna spawn randomly around us based on camera angle. So what I do is, as I come out of it, I'm looking at my mini-map, because that will show me the red arrows of where these enemies are, and then I just basically adjust my position off of that. But I have had it where enemies will spawn directly behind me. I had it happen one time where an enemy spawned directly behind me, and as soon as I came out of the cutscene, before I could even do anything, he hit me. And I was like, that's not fair, right? I couldn't even do anything. So the way that I enter that cutscene and the way that I stand and the way that I have the camera positioned is all intentional, and that's something that I don't know that anybody necessarily would pick up on unless you've spent a lot of time with this game or you speedrun it or challenge run it or something. So just want to make sure that I point that out.
I should open those pens.
Gorov's always in there, never leaves, ever. Wonder where he pees. Oh, that explains the smell.
Keep out of sight. I'll see that your captain gets demoted.
Stones luminous as if they were cast from light.
Alright, so everything that I'm going to do here forward to the end of this mission is, for the most part, scripted. There will always be a guy here. What he's doing will vary, but there will always be a guy there that we're going to shoot. And then I'm always going to run down here, and we're going to go through this little crack between the structure and the mountain, or the rock. And sometimes there's a guy there patrolling, sometimes there's not. Usually if there is a guy, I just run and kill him and then just keep moving on. But we'll do that, we'll come through, we'll pick up the item here, and then we'll go up the wall. And we need to basically get to this point. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the stun attack to that archer, which will throw him over the ledge. And then as soon as he dies, obviously we get pulled into this cutscene. And then after this cutscene, we're going to go to our right and head to the camp.
Goroth's in the hunting camp. So much for him.
So the way that I come out of this area is the same every single time. I'm going to go all the way around to the right, and I do that because I've had RNG where there's a fight going on to the left, or something like that. And I don't want to be drawn into that. I don't want to have to deal with that. So I always go around the right side of that rock face and then climb up the tower. Now as soon as we come out of this, the named enemy that we want is right below us. So what I'm going to do is, I know and it's scripted that he has a fear of Caragors. So I'm going to open the Caragor pen and wait for him to react to the Caragor. So I want to wait for him to get in a position where he'll be able to see the Caragor. And then as soon as he sees him and he does that backup, I'm going to drop, and he's already green now. Green meaning that he's been feared. Or that he is available to grab and dominate or kill or whatever, right? So basically we let the Caragor out. He's instantaneously feared because of that, but before he can react to that, before the game system can do the, I guess the dialogue where you see him get scared and start running, we're going to jump on him and grab him and finish him before any of that can occur. It is very consistent, it's very safe. You do have to practice it a little bit, but it's a very good strategy.
What could possibly be next?
We must use of our enemy against him. The orcs hate each other almost as much as they hate us.
So for this bow mission, this one is kind of a pain in the ass. It is a bit RNG dependent. I always open this the same way. I kill the archer, I bring in the Caragors, I blow up as many of the Graug barrels as I can because the bonus objective is to set them on fire, set 5 of them on fire. And then basically we have to just kill whatever we can kill of the marked enemies without leaving this little section. So what you'll see me do is more or less pray that I get good RNG here and that, you know, enemies are where they need to be. I shoot some arrows to kind of pull some of them over. So basically at this point you're just doing whatever you can to get the 10 out of 10. And sometimes the Caragors will help you with that, and then other times they won't. And I think in this instance, the Caragors are like behind this wall, and I can't really get to them because they're fighting. Basically, they're fighting the Caragor in a spot that I can't see. So what I decide to do is just add more Caragors to the equation. And as I open the Caragor pins, I make sure that I'm up on a wall. Caragors cannot get on a wall that is only as wide as you are. They can definitely get on raised platforms, buildings, cliffs, whatever, but they can't get on ledges, like little small ledges like I was on. So as long as you're sitting or you're up on an elevated surface that's that small and skinny, you'll be completely safe from Caragors. Now in that instance, there's no... I don't want to say there's no possibility of them coming and aggroing onto me and attacking me instead of the orcs, but like I've never had it happen, but that's not to say that it couldn't happen, so I just play it safe and just stay up on the wall. Okay, so for this mission, basically we have to get 2 ledge kills. And so I move, after I get the collectibles and things I need here, I'm basically going to move to a ledge to the left where the first slave is at. And I found that going there and doing the ledge kills has been the most consistent way to get this done. Also, if I get it done early, then I can kind of just run through everything else.
These outcasts were strong to last in Mordor. To survive this wasteland while
If you're going to do this yourself, this is not the only way to do it. I don't even know necessarily that it's the best way to do it. But it was the most consistent way for me. And unfortunately, I dropped right in front of that guy and he went red. And you can see that a bunch of other people went red and then went yellow when I dropped line of sight from the first guy. So that's what I was talking about earlier. Come on, Talion. Go up the thing. There we go. But that's what I was talking about earlier when, you know, I want to take a stealth first approach. I don't want people to see me, because if they see me, everybody just swarms at you. So this will be the first ledge kill we get, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up, and I'm going to run essentially straight across, and then drop down and do a ledge hang here, and then call this archer over to me, and then kill him for the second kill. And then from here, we'll just go and, you know, deal with the enemies in whatever way makes sense, based on, you know, whatever RNG, you know, whatever RNG has gifted me as far as their composition and, you know, where they are. And then we'll get all the slaves and move on. Now, I will say I have had it a couple of times where there's a named enemy at the third slave. So if I remember correctly, like one of my rules was when I go over there, I'm supposed to go into like Wraith form, vision, whatever you want to call it, to see if there is one. So any named enemy will, like they're, like all the regular enemies, yeah, so here I do it. All the regular enemies are outlined in blue. They're colored in blue. Enemies that are part of an objective will be, or anything that's part of an objective will be outlined in yellow. Anything in green is intelligence, intel opportunities. And then anything in like an orange-red color is a named enemy. So it's a very good method to just instantly know if there's one there. Just go into your Wraith vision and look, and as long as you don't see a red tinted colored or orange colored enemy, then you're good. It's just regular enemies. You don't have to worry about any kind of additional risk there.
Blind his many eyes, and the beast can't see you coming.
Okay, so for this mission, we have to kill basically all the archers without being detected before we do basically anything. So this first archer is always RNG. Sometimes he'll be here, sometimes he'll be like directly right where I climbed up at. Either way, it's not really a risk of him seeing you, so we'll kill him. I always path this direction, and when I climb up here, I hold for a second, because generally this guy will be turning around at about the time I get up here, similar to like what just happened. And as he turns back, then I'll climb up and we'll take him off. The next thing I'll want to do is get up on this wall. And then what I want to do is aim to land on this other wall. And unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, I generally freak out because I don't want to get spotted. But either way, you'll make your way over to here. We'll kill this guy. And then we'll turn around and immediately jump to the tower. Make sure that this guy is not pathing, because he'll walk between this window and the one that I'm about to go to. So you'll just make sure that he's not pathing, and then we'll kill him. From here, we've completed the bonus objective, and now I want to kill these guys one at a time from right to left. And I do that specifically because the tower obstructs my my visibility from the enemies, so to speak. And it'll give me the best possible chance of not pulling them all into combat with me, which is what happened here after the first couple that I killed. So there's another thing that I want to point out that I was doing there that the game doesn't do a good job of telling you about. Among other things, the game doesn't tell you about quite a few things that are very useful. But one of them is that you can turn... I don't know why the hell Talion grabbed down there and not the ledge. Anyways, you can turn the focus mode slow on and off manually by pressing spacebar. Whatever that is on console, if you're playing on console. But the dodge button is what spacebar is on PC. And when you're looking down your bow and arrow, or your bow, you can hit that button, and that will allow you to basically turn it off. So while you're charging the shot, you can turn it off, and then you can turn it back on just for the moment you aim, and that kind of conserves focus. So not much to talk to here. I actually messed this up on the initiation. I shouldn't have tried to stealth hit him. What I should have done was sneak up on him, and then right when I got close to him, do the Wraith stun, and then do the flurry attack, then do the stab on the ground, then do the combat finisher. It doesn't really matter, but that's my preferred way to do it, and I just accidentally didn't let go of the button fast enough. And it did the stealth kill, or the stealth finisher attempt, instead of what I wanted to do. So, but anyways, we got the intel we needed from him. We killed him, and now that's the end of that mission, and we'll move on.
This ratbag led us up the chain of command in spite of himself.
He has a gift for failure.
We need a real fight so we can show the world we ain't.
So I take a second here to deviate because I noticed on the minimap that there was a rescue opportunity here, and I just have to kill this guy to complete it, so I don't even have to go over there. So that's what I was attempting to do. And then I realized that it was actually further off than I thought it was. So I was like, okay, well, whatever. Let's just keep moving forward. So I just want to make that clear. That was the reason for the rando guy. Now, generally, when I come here, it's kind of RNG whether there are enemies here or not. Generally, what I would do is just shoot the fire and kill all of them in one shot. But because there was a guy that had intel here, I wanted to make sure that I got that. Because we have to discover, so to speak, all of the Warchiefs anyways. So if there's, you know, just a randomly good RNG placed enemy, I'll, you know, that doesn't bring too much risk to me to get, I'll just go ahead and do that. Alright, so as we go into this mission, the first thing that I want to do is I want to kill the archer. I need the archer gone for the strategy here. I didn't find, like, I could not find a better strategy for killing 3 enemies with strike from above, other than what I do here, to also meet the requirement I have of being as safe as possible. So we're going to kill this guy, and it'll become clear why in a second. But we want to kill him, otherwise this strategy will have basically the potential to fail because he'll spot you out. So there is a named enemy up there, which doesn't really matter, but I just wanted to point it out. There is a named enemy up there, and we'll take advantage of that shortly. But what I did was I ran close enough to where I could basically signal for one of them to come investigate me, and then I move back, and then I do it again once I'm in this position. And what this will do is it'll bring them through the doorway, the archway, whatever you want to call it. And as they come through the archway, I'm going to climb up. And then when they're fully through it, we're going to drop and strike from above. And that's 1 of 3. So we're going to do that again with 2 more enemies minimum to get this bonus objective completed. And like I said, I could not find a better place to do this than this one. And the reason why I like this strategy the best, and I decided that this was going to be my go-to strategy even though it's incredibly slow, is that you're only ever dealing with the enemies in front of you. You know, if I move further into the stronghold, then there can be enemies that will spawn all around me. Whereas here, I'm kind of on the outer limits of the stronghold, and so I don't have to worry about that. And generally speaking, there are always at least 5 people here for me to kill anyways, so it's not the biggest deal. So what I'm trying to do is just get someone in. So this will be our 3 of 3 kill, and the bonus objective will be done. And again, we're going to do the exact same strategy. Nothing changes here.
He's dead.
Technically, I think I could have just dropped on him right there, but I have had it where I dropped and went to kill one of them on the other side of that archway, and the game just randomly said, "Oh, you got detected. You failed." So that sucks. Luckily, I wasn't too far into the run. Generally, it's less than an hour to this point. So this guy, the only reason, again, I'm playing this super safe is because of what I just described to you. If you get seen at all, you will auto-fail. And I didn't mention it earlier, it's in the description section, but another piece of the puzzle, another part of the criteria for this run, in the rule set that I set for myself was very similar to what I did in all the Assassin's Creed games that had optional objectives, was you could not fail and restart anything. So even if I didn't take damage, if I failed this mission because I got seen, that's a full restart for the game. So I cannot risk failing anything, so that's why I kind of take this very slow. So once we finish the mission, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pick up this item. And now this is specific to RNG because there is a named enemy here. And named enemies can give you intel. I'm going to go fight him. This is risky, but it's really not. Because it's so early in the game, it limits... How do I explain this? So, early in the game, I don't have a lot of abilities, right? I don't have a lot of tools in my tool bag, so to speak. Well, neither do the enemies. So a lot of those enemy types that I mentioned to you earlier, shield bearers, berserkers, whatever, they don't exist yet. They're not even in the game. So a lot of the named enemies are very limited on what they can do as well. So it makes this much safer for me to do that this early in the game than if I was like, oh, a named enemy, I want some intel, let me just randomly go fight this guy, which, you know, in the later portions of the game, I probably would not do, or at least I would hesitate. In the very beginning of the game, they're generally not a problem. You can go through the sequence of events I've, explained to you before, and as long as you follow them to the letter, you'll be successful. So, not a big deal, but I did want to explain. I had to tell you, why are you taking the risk to do that? Because they're like weak as fuck in the beginning of the game and they can't really do anything versus later in the game. Anyways, the rest of this mission is basically me just, or the rest of me being in the stronghold, should I say, after the mission, is me just going through here and collecting stuff, and then we'll move on to the next mission.
I promised Elbereth we would one day travel the Anduin. When Dishonored was grown, we would go together. They will behold the pillars of the kings. I hope that Hirgon's people can...
I do not know where you shall see.
Alright, so we're going to have to mount a Caragor, which is fine. We will get the tutorial prompt the first time, because this is the first time we're doing this. But we'll mount the Caragor, and then I'm going to follow a very specific path and a very specific way of killing these things. If I remember correctly, this first one goes completely awry and not at all the way that it normally does, but that's okay. The good thing about this one is that the optional objective is a time-based objective, so we're going to complete it no matter what. So this is about as fast as you can get through it. So how that guy, I remember this vividly, how that guy did not take a headshot, I don't know. For me, it felt like the, like that one I get, I missed. I accidentally kind of like flicked the mouse a little bit, but that first guy, I swear it was on his head. So I'm going to go ahead and drain the Caragor. Anytime you drain a Caragor, you get full resources back for your elf shot. And again, yes, the Caragor is taking damage, but it's not Talion, and Talion is the only one that, for this rule set, is not allowed to drop below 100%. And essentially what you saw there is what you'll see for the rest of this. I am going to deviate and pick some things up, so you'll see that here, and then we'll run up and we'll grab another one inside of a cave. But for the most part, everything I do here will be scripted to include where I take the Caragor. So if you're doing this yourself, just follow exactly what I do, and it'll be as repeatable for you as it was for me.
I watched Gil-galad die on the slopes of Oladruin, burned to death by the heat of Sauron. This is where the storm will gather that will engulf the world of men.
Morgoth, the first Dark Lord of Middle-earth.
The great enemy. Sauron was his servant, and was loyal to the end and beyond.
think I should pick a fight with you? I've got a strike signal. You won't smell something.
For years, we stood on top of the Black Gate, looking into Mordor, seeing nothing. We were asleep.
A murderous rhythm of the Dark Lord machine.
A training platform. Well, we'll see how the Warchief soldiers...
Okay, so as soon as we come out of this, there's a couple of things I want to do here first. So I elect to just, since I'm in a stronghold, I'm fairly safe, there's no time limit, I go ahead and just kill the rats. We need 4 of them for Hunting Challenge 4. So I go ahead and kill them. One of the other things I should have done was go and grab the flower over there, but whatever. That's fine. And I forget that so many times during this run. I'll be like, oh, I forgot to get a flower, and then I'll have to like deviate and go grab another one somewhere. But anyways, the optional objective here, the bonus objective here, is to kill a berserker from a ledge. So we've satisfied that. And to continue in the mission, we have to kill 2 of them. No matter what, we have to kill them. So what I elect to do here is to kill everything that I can on this platform. So if you look at the mini-map bottom left, there's this like green rectangular thing. It just changed, right? But there was a green rectangular section there. Basically, I want every orc up here, if possible, dead. Because what's going to happen is, once we get up on this platform and we run to the marker, we're going to have to fight the Warchief. And I don't want to have to deal with him and a bunch of enemies. Now, the way that I'm going to deal with that Warchief is kind of cheeky, but regardless, even while I'm doing what I'm going to do for the strategy, it is still possible for me to take damage from another enemy. So I'm taking the time now, and it's very, very slow. But I'm taking the time now, I'm being patient, I'm being stealthy, and I'm just taking the time to kill everything I can before we initiate that fight. Now I could go up here and just headshot everybody. I elect not to do that just because I have had it where, you know, some guy off screen just happens to see me long enough, he goes red, everybody goes red. You know, somebody that I can't get to immediately goes to light the signal and alert the stronghold, and then it just like all goes downhill. So I just play it super, super, super safe. So as we come up, we're going to go ahead and kill this archer. And then we're going to come in. Now, I forgot to buy the upgrade for your bow. I think it's called Flames of Azakar or something like that. But we're going to buy that special, that ultimate, whatever you want to call it, that ability. And I'm going to use it on this boss. Because it is going to shred him. Pretty much it shreds anybody in one charge of it. But we'll initiate it, and then for I think it's 15 seconds or 20 seconds, we have unlimited arrows and unlimited focus, and I can burn him with flame arrows, so we're just going to burn him down until he's either dead or he initiates the challenge. And then once that's done, that's it. Mission's done, and then we can move on. Okay, so immediately after that mission, my next priority is to get all the intel I need for all of the Warchiefs. I want to finish that out and make sure that we don't have to take any unnecessary risk as we go throughout the game or whatever, by not knowing their weaknesses, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and get all of them that I can. There will almost always, I don't want to say always, but almost always, as you come out of that mission, there will be a dead orc or something there that you can get intel off of. That's the only one that's felt even remotely consistent to me. The rest of them are just kind of RNG. So basically I have a predetermined path, if you will, that I kind of run through to just hope to find intel along that path. And unfortunately, or not unfortunately, fortunately, I didn't have to do that at all, because we got the good RNG with the named enemy in the stronghold at the very beginning that I was able to get. So that's that, and now we can move on to this mission, and we'll always open this mission in the exact same way. So I'll always do the morgue flies, walk in, headshot this guy, move to the left, and then we'll hit this flame barrel to kill all these guys. And then that will leave one archer left that we have to headshot for the bonus objective to be complete. And the other reason why I kill a lot of these other enemies, you don't necessarily have to kill them, but sometimes their RNG pathing can get too close in proximity to Smeagol, or Gollum, whatever. And anytime he gets too close to enemies, he'll like disappear until they're dealt with. So it's easier just to deal with them at the very beginning, and then you don't have to worry about RNG because there's no enemies around to interact with.
He hurts us. He steals from us like bargains. He'll show us, and we'll take it. He'll show us, and he steals it. No. We'll take it from him. We'll take it from our sharpest of sharpties. Here goes. We wait.
Nani here, Gelal.
Alright, so after we get that item, we're going to move down, and we're going to go to the Vision Artifact. We're going to activate that, and we will get our first instance of ghouls in the game. Now, as soon as we come out of this cutscene, essentially in my head, a 60-second timer starts. So these ghouls will keep spawning into this area for 60 seconds after you exit that cutscene. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up to the tower. We're going to activate the tower because I have 60 seconds that I have to wait minimum, because what I want is for all the ghouls to stop spawning. And now they're not necessarily going to keep spawning infinitely in 60 seconds. What will happen is so many of them will spawn, and if you kill so many of them, another amount will just replace them. However, when you're beyond the 60-second window, any that you kill will just be dead, and there won't be any that replaces them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run over to these boxes, and I'm just going to get on the side of these boxes and then sit here, and magically no ghoul can see me. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. They can't see me. They don't know where I'm at. Game logic. But anyways, once I get over here, I'm going to get on top of the box. And I'm just going to wait until I know for a fact 60 seconds has passed. Once that happens, we're going to go ahead and blow up barrels or shoot them until they're all dead. And then that is the quickest, safest way to get through that section. And then we can move on.
That creature has a part to play in the fate of all Middle-earth. I can feel it.
Alright, so for this one, we have to kill 5 enemies at close range with arrows, and we have to complete it within a minute for the bonus objective. Basically, just follow my path. This is very, very quick. It happens the exact same way consistently every single time. The only small difference, once in a blue moon, these 2 enemies that we're about to go and attack will be slightly in a different orientation. But for the most part, this strategy will always happen just like that.
about Wraiths leaping from the sky onto the back of the woods for nothing but that.
Alright, so for this main mission, basically we have to kill so many orcs. The bonus objective, we have to do it while we're in focus mode, and then obviously we don't want to get hit. And the hard part here is that we can't leave this platform. And what's going to happen soon is that right there, they're all going to go red. And they have the ability to throw axes at me now. So what I do here is I kind of feather the focus mode in and out to buy me enough time to stall the enemies from throwing things at me. If you just hold focus mode the whole time, you'll run out of it. And if you run out of it, then you're going to be screwed because they will start throwing stuff at you and you won't be in slow-mo, and you could potentially take a hit.
Nani here, Gelar Mordor.
Alright, so as soon as we're able to shoot the Caragor meat, we're going to go ahead and do that and then immediately drop down and head for the cave entrance. Now on the way into the mission objective, there really won't be much to discuss, but on the way out there's a couple of things I'll touch on, so I'll chime back in once we get there.
Ghouls. Why am I not surprised? Looks like the Graug won his fight against the Caragors.
And now is ready for another.
Nightcrawlers, vermin from the depths of the earth.
Fly, you fool.
Alright, so this is where we'll learn the ability to use Shadow Strike. And essentially we're just going to use Shadow Strike to get out of the cave. Really the only thing of note here is when we get down the ledge on this next side, I'm going to stop briefly and pick up the object here, and then we'll move on. Aside from that, I will do a Shadow Strike in the last section. I'll do one, and then I'll do another one immediately after. And that's just to pull to the cave exit. And basically you pull to the end of the trigger, and that trigger will start the cutscene. So that's pretty much it for this cave escape. And shouldn't give you too much problems if you're trying to do this yourself.
I grasp at vespers of memory. The rings of power.
9 to men. Their power became their undoing. They became the ring wraiths.
Yes, the Nazgul.
But the Nazgul were destroyed.
As are many who come in contact with the rings of power.
With any luck, the Uruks have yet to discover the secrets of the blasting powder. We will need to free my men to find out.
Do you believe the blasting powder can draw out the Black Hand?
I pray so. The enemy gathers at Uruk's Hollow, where many of my men are enslaved. I pray Eren, too, is there.
I will handle the Uruks.
Perhaps we can take a more stealthy approach and incapacitate them by using their weakness. Graug. Have you ever heard of Hithless? It's toxic and is good for one thing: poisoning orcs. Follow me. When I deserted the Black Gate, I fell sick. It was Eren who nursed me to health.
Is she the reason you joined the tribesmen?
Of the many, she is my most cherished. There are only so many camps my wife could have been taken to.
Do you believe she will be at this one?
My heart says yes.
I hope for your sake she is, Hirgon.
So this is the same section that we were at earlier when we were doing one of the Outcast missions, I believe it was, or maybe it was the Dagger, I can't remember right now, but essentially I shoot the first guy just to kind of pull the other ones in and make sure that they're not looking in my direction. And then I'll gather things and kind of clear them out as needed. So sometimes you won't need to clear, like kill them. Sometimes you can just kind of get by them unseen and collect the flowers you need to collect. Other times, you know, what happened to me here will happen, and they'll be in your way, and you'll have to deal with them. But either way, it's not a big risk or a big deal. For the most part, you can just shoot them and then move on.
There are more plants ahead. Follow me.
Where did you acquire this blasting powder?
Traded for it with a blustery dwarf. We took his powder and left him our footprints. Pretty fair, if you ask me.
You are proving yourself to be a strong leader. For a deserter.
That is only because I leave the hard work to men like you.
There were more warriors coming here to join us. Great, that's all we need. More maggots stealing our grog. When I go into a fight, I always want a good hunter by my side.
So this right here going up the ladder is always an RNG section. So I kill that guy because he's already looking at me and I don't want him to detect me and then come and investigate. However, in doing that, they're going to find his body, which actually works for me instead of against me. Because they'll all stay down there and look down there instead of coming up here. But once in a while you can get it where you'll get some stragglers that'll stay behind, or they won't path fast enough, or whatever, and then Haragon will can engage on them, or the orcs can engage on him, and then you'll have to deal with them. It doesn't happen often, but it can happen. So this section here is always a little bit of RNG reliant, or I guess dependent.
I thought it impossible Sauron would ever return.
Darkness descends upon Mordor. Soon it will be impossible not to succumb.
When we realized we couldn't fight the orcs, we started dressing up like slaves, sneaking into their camps to free the others.
A bold strategy.
Not really. Mostly, we'd end up slaves ourselves. At least we came dressed for the part. When I was first rescued by the Outcasts, they told me you led the search party for my head.
I volunteered. Were you caught, our fellow rangers would have killed you. I could not let you suffer that fate.
Up here, we almost have enough poison for our purpose.
I look forward to seeing its effects up close.
This should be enough. Now all you have to do is drop it into their grog.
Will the orcs not smell the poison?
No. But if they spot you, I doubt they will drink from it. The Uruks are stationed by the front gates. For the sake of my men, keep to the shadows. I'll gather my men and wait. We'll stand ready to seize the blasting powder once the camp is clear. Remember, Talion, don't be seen. These Uruks have killed many slaves for far less.
Alright, so we can't be seen here, that's kind of the deal, and we also have to kill, like stealth kill, some of the orcs. So what I'm going to do here is a technique that allows me to essentially use the, lets me use the Shadow Strike ability and still use the and still get the stealth kill. And the way to do that is when you engage on the enemy, you'll go ahead and you'll drain them, or what later will be called brand them, right? You'll start to brand them, and you can either just do the brand and then stop it, or you can complete it. But either way, you have to do that, and when you do that, it kind of tricks the system into defaulting. And then when they default, or when the system defaults, then it will give you the prompt to do the stealth kill. You can do the stealth kill, and you'll get credit for it. If you don't do that, if I was to just come in and Shadow Strike and then not do that, we wouldn't be able to do that to get the stealth kill. The prompt wouldn't even show up. So I got a little bit greedy here. I shouldn't have done what I did, and you'll see why in a second. Essentially, because I have bodies on the bridge, that's going to interrupt my normal pathing. What I should have done was just go for the last stealth kill on the archer over here or somebody else over here. But because I didn't do that, you'll see that when I path back, I'll basically have to sit there and kind of wait for a little bit. But the path that I take for the Graug barrels is the same every single time. Again, because I killed the guy on the bridge, I kind of fucked myself a little bit. Not necessarily like I was in any risk, it just, you know, I have to sit there and do nothing, and it takes longer. Which this run is already really long anyway, so definitely something you don't want to do, and because you can't be detected, how do I explain this? So sometimes the system, like the combat system, will break where enemies shouldn't know where you are, but yet if you kill too many enemies, whether they're looking in your direction or not, they'll just magically know where you are and they'll all go red alert, essentially. Red alert meaning they'll have the red icons above their head. And so if that was to happen, then this would be failed, right? Because I would have been detected. And if I fail a mission, I can't restart it. I have to restart the whole game. So this is one of those instances where I just basically have to sit there and do nothing to ensure that I don't accidentally trigger that or get that where they just kind of detect me, and even if they don't know where I am. So, but it's okay, we got past it. And then really the only other thing is when you come out of that little hole in the wall, once in a blue moon there can be an orc running right to left by this Graug barrel. So if that happens, you need to be looking at the minimap when you're coming out and just make sure that that's not the case. If it is, just kind of wait and he'll run by and then you can go. That's that one. And now we can move on.
Of justice.
It is not justice. It is the constant weeding out of the weak in favor of the strong.
Thank you. Please help me rescue my brother. He's far too stubborn to work for these Uruk.
So I stay in Wraith mode here just because I've had a pretty high frequency of like captains being in this area, so not that it matters, you can just run for the thing and they'll despawn. But... So as soon as we start this mission, I turn around and I run to this rock face and these sandbags, because what this will do is it will line of sight every archer behind me, and if they're line of sighted they can't shoot me, so I don't have to worry about them, and I can basically just sit here and kill all 10 orcs that I need with headshots for the bonus objective right here. And if I do it properly meaning I don't miss a shot, because of the way that I've done the upgrades, I'll basically use all 10 shots, I won't have any ammo. And then at the end I'll run and get some more ammo and then we'll kill the last 4 guys. Alright, so all of the missions that I'm going to do in this stronghold, I do them in a very certain way for a certain reason. You could do them in a different order, it doesn't really matter. Mine's more for like saving time, but for this first one we have to get strike from above kills. I have to get 3 of them, so I always get 1 there. Sometimes there's a possibility where there will be 2 guards there. If that happens, just shoot 1 in the head and then drop on the second one. And then because this is a stronghold, generally speaking, you want to make sure that you use Wraith Vision just to check things out. For that exact reason, like if I would have just been like super fast there and just gone without looking, I would have been in combat with that captain or Warchief or whatever he is. I guess he can't be a Warchief, but whatever. Anyways, point being, make sure that you're looking at things before you jump on them when you're in a stronghold. So the second one that I generally get is this one, or that I can generally count on getting is this guy. In the way there, we just kind of climb up the building and then drop on him. And then the third one I usually get over here, to the right where the where the slave is that we have to free. I just basically climb the building, wait for him to get into a position where I can pull him towards me, and you can do that a number of ways, but unfortunately he got feared or something. he freaked the fuck out and ran away, so I couldn't get him. So this was a little bit of improv here, and I believe I climbed this and just like shoot an arrow at the ground for him to investigate or something, because he was just slightly too far away. And you see he like immediately goes red, just magically knows where I am. But whatever, anyways, so we get that, we get the kill. That completes the bonus objective, and then we can just move on and rescue the other guys. Now, I'm gonna rescue, if you look at the mini-map, I'm gonna rescue the guy that's to my left first, because the guy to my right, I want to be the last one that I rescue. And I'll go over that once I get to it. But there is a very specific reason for that. So for this guy, pretty much, I don't want to use explosives. And the reason I don't want to use explosives is because, well, I'm trying to remember. I think I do use explosives here, actually. But you'll want to use the campfire in a later mission, which I believe respawns. So, and I did use explosives, so never mind what I said. There are some playthroughs where the Warchief will be a ranged guy and he'll basically be through here. In that case, we wouldn't want to use explosives. You wouldn't really know that ahead of time, but...
Hey, over here.
Alright, so we get these kills. I just want to make sure that the area is clear of immediate danger, because while I'm freeing these slaves and cutting the rope, I can't do anything. And on top of that, I can't cancel the animation, so... Okay, so once we free that guy, I always take this path. I climb up the building, I go across the rope. We're going to drop down, and there's going to be a collectible, there's going to be some other stuff under us, but we'll deal with that later. Now what you're going to notice is that I'm going to go around and kind of clear out the archers in here, except for one. One being, I just kind of passed him with the camera, but I want to get the archer that's up here where I was looking. And then there will be another one like to his like 2 o'clock position. And I want to leave that guy, because what's going to happen is the final slave is in like an arena, right? And when you approach that arena, it doesn't matter what side you approach it from. Once you get within a certain proximity of it, a bunch of orcs will spawn and automatically be red and chasing you. And so the way that I found best to deal with that is to let it happen, and then to shadow strike to this archer that I'm going to leave alive as my escape route. So what I'm doing right now is just clearing everything out on this side. That way I can approach. Basically, I can approach it and not have something like right on top of me as all those enemies spawn. Interesting. I swear I've shot through that gate before, but that arrow did not make it through. So that's going to complicate things, the fact that there's a named enemy down there. Alright, so that should clear every... Nope, there's a guy to my right. Never mind. I guess I didn't get him. Interesting. Figured I would have gotten him. So as soon as we run up here, boom, they're all going to come in. And then I'm looking for this guy. We shadow strike to him. And then I'm going to rotate to the backside of this platform, just so I'm away from anybody in case they just happen to throw something at me. You should always be ranged far enough away, but just as a precaution. So now what I would normally want to do is kill some of the enemies to kind of get them to collect under the morgue flies. However, the enemies were all running to the left, so like I couldn't do that. So I was like, fuck it, just go ahead and hit the morgue flies, get whatever you can. So that did leave me with quite a few that I needed to kill manually, and you kind of need to kill these guys where no one's looking at them when they die. Otherwise, everything will go yellow alert, blah, 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 and that's obviously not what we want. Alright, so that takes care of that. And then, I believe... Yeah, they just keep spawning. I remember this. I was like, why was he not there a second ago? And I think I regen elf shot off of him. Yeah. So we're going to go in, get elf shot. Anytime that I go in combat with a named enemy, I want to have elf shot just in case I need it. Either they call in reinforcements or, you know, whatever. Alright, so hopefully I do this one properly. I do. So we get the hit, we get the flurry, we'll get the knockdown, we'll get the stab, and then we'll go into our combat finisher. Now he's already green. So at this point, I could just finish him. I can't remember if I do or not. I do. Perfect. Yep, we don't need the intel. We already have all the Warchiefs identified. So we can just go ahead and take him out. Now later in the game, when you're able to brand things, we would want to brand as many as we can. Just to minimize risk, but...
Thank you.
This early in the game, during the first section or whatever, we can't brand, so we just kill them. Because that's pretty much the safest thing I can do. Alright, so as soon as we get done with this mission, I need to go over and do this next one. Now, most people don't do this, like in the speedrunning community, for example, they don't do this until way later. The reason I do this one now is for what I described earlier, when I said, hey, because we're so early in the game, there's a lot of enemies that don't exist yet. Shield bearers, berserkers, whatever. If you do this mission later on, and when I say later on, I mean like if I went and did like 1 or 2 more missions and came back and did this, we would then have to deal with those enemies. So you want to do this now, that way you are only dealing with regular orcs. And so what we're doing here is for the bonus objective, we have to get to a hit streak of 100. And so the way that I'm doing that is by using daggers and counters when necessary to just kind of help that count go higher quicker. Because if you just stand here and attack them or wait for them to counter, depending on the RNG, it can get broken. Like they could just not attack you fast enough, or the system can break sometimes and you'll just lose it as you go to double counter and you'll get hit, right? So you want to get this done as quickly as possible, and the best way that I found to do that was to just use the daggers. So we're almost there. And then as soon as we're done with this, if you look at the bottom left, beside to the right of the mini-map, you'll see that there's a bar filling. It's in blue. It's not filling right now, but there's a bar there, right? that bar only fills when you do execution. So I'm going to start executing these guys. Look lower left, you'll see it starts filling up a little bit. And the reason I'm filling this up is for a mission later where I want to be able to use this ability. But I can't use the ability if it's not full. So I'm just going to take the opportunity while I'm here to fill that meter. And then once the meter is full, then basically what I'll do is I'll keep doing what I'm doing, building combo. Once I have the ability to do a finisher, we'll start doing Wraith Flash, which is the fastest way to kill a bunch of orcs in a, you know, in a circle around you, so to speak. And then that'll be that, and we'll move on. So I do want to mention that when you use the Wraith Flash, it's very important when you're fighting orcs that you wait to counter, because once you counter one, all of the others, as the counter animation is happening, are briefly unable to attack you, which leaves you a moment basically where you're at zero risk of using it, because there is a wind up to the animation, or to the attack, which is the animation, and I have been hit by that if I use it at like the wrong time, right as an attack's coming in. So make sure that right before you use that attack, do a counter, do a dodge roll over somebody, do something that will give you iframes and keep them from being able to attack you. Alright, so for this one, the bonus objective here, we basically have to attract orcs. And I'm always going to start with the guy on the bridge here. There will always be one guy here. And basically you can just come up here, do the attract, and as soon as you do it, you don't have to wait for them to turn around. You don't have to wait for them to have the yellow icon over their head. All you have to do is just do it, and as soon as you hit the button, as long as you see like the mist on them, or whatever that is, then the game recognizes you've used it and you can kill them immediately. Alright, so that'll take care of all three that we need, and now we can just go around and rescue the slaves. This one's not really anything to talk about. It's very, very scripted. Obviously there still is some RNG in what spawns and where they spawn and blah blah blah, but for the most part, you'll always have some around a fire, you can blow that up, and then the other two will always have like one or two guys around it, so it's very easy to deal with. And because the slaves are all so close to each other, Basically, you're just clearing one area out, and then boom, 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 you can get
Come
the
me,
slaves
go,
and then
kill
move
me.
on.
I don't care which. Thank you. Hey, you! We're tied up here! Please help! Thanks aplenty, stranger. Over here! Help me! I know it was foolish to insult that orc, but I'd do it again to see you slaughter them like that. What was that?
Okay, so for this one, we have to stealth kill 5 orcs. And the way that I like to do this is for the first one, we're going to use the technique we used at the very beginning of coming into the stronghold. We'll use the Shadow Strike, and then we'll drain and then kill them. For the other 4, it's basically just run and kill. So basically run up, you'll kill this guy, we'll kill the next guy, we'll Shadow Strike to the next guy, and then drop down for the next guy. This configuration of archers is the one that's most likely to occur. However, there is a configuration on that building that I just came from, where instead of 2 archers, there will be 3. If there are 3, it's not a problem. You can still do the same thing. You just have to do it in a slightly different way, because one of them will path back and forth, so you want to kill that guy first. So the guy we need to brutalize is right under us. So we're going to hit the fire, and then you just got to make sure that you're looking at the guy that you need. And what I wasn't doing was he was red. You can't use any stealth abilities or brutalize on anyone that's red alerted. They have to be yellow or less. So I had to back up there for a second to get him to go yellow so that I could drop on him. And then once we're done with that, just turn around, climb right back up the building, and then we can move on to the next one.
The old captain goes to begging for his life. Sure, the execution is that.
Okay, so this is our Warchief, and these are always random. So the prerequisites for the Warchief, the actual Warchief itself, the weaknesses of those Warchiefs, they're always random. There are some things that overlap, and you can kind of get a general feel for what you're going to have to do. But for the most part, these are always random. So, you know, making supporters flee, the easiest way to do that is to basically do the stealth drain on them, or whatever it's called. And when you do the drain on them, that counts as making them flee. I always kill them, and the reason I kill them after I drain them is because I don't want them to run. If they run once in a while, you know, an orc will get suspicious and go to investigate, and I don't want that. I don't want to, like, pull more enemies into the area I'm operating in. That would make no sense. It just adds more variable risk to the area, the environment that I'm in. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just running around finding people that I can segregate and use my ability on to kind of you know, shadow strike in and drain. So what I was doing there with the morgue flies was I was gonna go after that guy if it chased the other ones off, and it didn't, so I couldn't use it. So I was like, okay, well, we'll go to the next one. So this guy here is fairly reliable. I would say almost every single time I get this variation where we have to make supporters flee, that guy will be standing there on those logs. So that one's pretty consistent. I should have killed that guy, and I didn't. The reason I didn't was because there was one running from the left over to investigate already, and I needed to get the fuck out of there. just because I didn't want the chance of him getting me. So what I'm doing right here, this isn't some cheat code or anything. I'm just trying to drop down, and the game system is just being a pain in the ass, and it wouldn't let me drop down where I wanted. Alright, so for this guy, we'll just get close and drain him. I don't think I kill this guy. I think I go to the next one. Yep. Which again, because the only enemies that are in proximity to me, for the most part, are the ones I'm trying to make flee, it doesn't really matter. If they come to investigate, that's actually good for me. So what we're going to make use of here is the fact that in any given area, if you go too far away from it and then come back to it, enemies will respawn in that area. So generally speaking, the same enemies will respawn in the same place. That's not always true, but it is for the most part. So that's what we're taking advantage of here, and I believe I get the that same archer that I killed, the second archer that I killed, we're going to go kill him again. Once I get in position for it. There we go. Yep, and there's the first body too, dude. I forgot that. That's kind of funny. Alright, so we've got the 5. So our Warchief has spawned into the area. And again, we're just going to go down the list of things. I could look at his weaknesses, and I can't remember if I do or I don't. But, you know, we always start with a headshot. So we're just going to go with a headshot. If he takes damage, then we'll just keep headshotting him. Hopefully I blow that barrel up on him too, man. That'd be a good one. Again, I'm making use of the turning focus on and off, only turning it on when I need it to save resource. During the actual draw of the bowstring back, I'm turning it off so I don't waste it. Okay, yep, he took a knee, so now we just shoot him in the head, and that's that. So whenever they take a knee, if you get close enough to him within a certain distance, it'll pull you into the dialogue where they kind of challenge you or taunt you, and then you go through the quick time event to kill them. But since we're not close enough to him, he can't do that, so we just shoot him in the head and it auto clears him. He's just dead. So that's another random thing that can happen at night only. You can have you can have ghouls that'll just randomly spawn. So anytime that happens, you need to just run. It won't be a problem until about halfway through the game. Ghouls will gain the ability, or a new ghoul type will be introduced that can spit acid at you. That's kind of like their archers, so to speak. Those are a pain in the ass. We kind of have to change our entire fight tactic, but for the most part, this early in the game, if you just see ghouls, just run and climb something that you can climb to get away from them. So what I'm doing right now is, you know, I've mentioned it previously, but to unlock Outcast missions, you have to free Outcasts, and that's denoted by a fist on the minimap. And every time you unlock one, if you go back to the closest tower, it'll basically respawn that. So you can basically just farm the same area over and over to unlock all of the Outcast missions that are available at any given time. So that's basically what I'm doing here. We're just going to keep doing this until there's no fist on the minimap. Once there's no fist on the minimap, then I'll head off to my right towards the next Warchief marker that I marked on the map, and you can see on the right side of the screen there.
Ranger.
Only strength of stone survives the flood. Resist the Warchief's way.
Alright, so this is again another random type, right? And this is the worst type. Luckily I've had this in a few previous attempts where I got this condition in this stronghold, so I already kind of knew what I wanted to do here, but this is the worst one. Because basically what we have to do is we have to let them get alerted and set off the signal, and then we have to not get hit and kill so many of them. So the way that I approach this is I want to get them near something I can explode. And generally speaking, I kill any shield bearer or any ranged enemy, so archer or spear thrower. If I get a berserker that has like the double axes or whatever, I don't really care about them so much because I can right-click parry them like I can all the other regular standard enemies. But what we want to do is I'm basically just looking at my minimap here, and the reason why I'm jumping over these guys non-stop is because whenever you do the jump animation, the dodge jump over them animation, you gain iframes. Iframes meaning invincibility frames, meaning you cannot take damage. So I'm using that mechanic to keep myself basically invincible as much as possible. As you can see, or maybe saw, there's an archer throwing, well, there's a spearman throwing a spear at me. The other thing to note is with shield bearers, they can take an explosion directly towards their shield without taking damage. So you want to kind of make sure that if you're going to explode something near a shield bearer, that they're most likely not going to take damage from it and die. So you're probably going to have to deal with those yourself. But anyways, we got what we needed, and then the most dangerous point is coming out of that little animation of him being introduced, because you can still be damaged. So I'm just constantly dodge rolling there to get the iframes. And then once I'm able to jump and leave, I leave. And now the process starts of just wait. Be patient and wait. And it sucks. It's not fun. You know, it's kind of boring to do. It's boring to watch, I'm sure. But the best thing we can do is just wait for everything to go away. Once everything goes away, there's nobody else looking for me or anything like that, then I can deal with the area. And what I mean by the area is now I need to segregate. Unlike the last guy, he was by himself. These are not. So I need to go down the checklist of headshots, blowing up explosives, bringing in Caragors, morgue flies, whatever I can do to try and get his lieutenants to fuck off or just plain up die. What I want is I want them to get feared and run. Maybe they're afraid of fire. Maybe they're afraid of Caragors. Maybe they're afraid of morgue flies, you know, whatever. So I want to try all of those things before I engage in direct combat. So before I do that headshot, I want to see if I can just get them to leave through other means. No matter what though, once that happens, then we're going to go after the Warchief himself. And we're going to do that in a segregated area, meaning I would have killed all the standard enemies. That way it's just me and him, and no one else can interfere, no one else can see to come investigate or whatever. It's just a 1v1. So that's what's going to happen here. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what it was. I think one of these guys was scared of Caragors maybe, or fire or something, but anyways, that's what we're going to do, and then we'll go after the Warchief.
Nobody got time for that! What was that noise? A corpse, and it's one of us! I can feel it in me bones. Something serious. Wait! I smell something. Shut up and look! Hey! Out my way, pathetic Uruks! I kill man now! After him! If I see the talk getting all fancy with his fighting clothes, I'll give it some fancy right back, you say? I suppose the talk's gone.
Graug.
You say something, slave? If I hear so much as you breathe, take my blade, Havoc. It's the top! Die, sweet! Take Havoc! Kill! The pigskin is long gone! I hear a noise. That ranging us were too tough for him. Ranger! All the best gear gets moved to the garrison. You want to see the might of our armies? That's the place to be.
Which one of you tracked down that lich of treats? One of your dead cats, right? Right?
I'm too smart for that trick. Oh, think you can take me? Oh. You'll never hurt me. Surround him. If you let me live, I won't die. Then we both live.
Hubris comes
Okay, so for this guy, the RNG we got was Caragors. We got to release Caragors from their cages. Again, I've had this one a few attempts before, so I kind of already have a strategy in place. I know where I need to go and which cages I need to open. And if I remember correctly, I make a fucking terrible mistake here, and I'm really lucky it paid off. So the last attempt, or the last time that I had this sequence, where it was Caragor, releasing Caragors, we called the guy in, and once the Caragors are dead, he'll always kind of path, like whatever the named guy is will always kind of path towards you. And so the strategy that I had in place was, as they path towards me, if they were vulnerable to a stealth finisher, meaning they could be killed instantly with a stealth finisher, then I would just do a death from above and insta-kill them. And not worry about their lieutenants, because once they die, their lieutenants flee in terror. And I remember this vividly, because I remember I just, like, muscle memory, I wasn't thinking, and I just fucking did that. Because that's what I had done the last time I had this scenario play out. And I never checked whether he was vulnerable to stealth. And as I was leaping off the top, it dawned on me, like, the realization, I was like, oh, fuck. And I was super lucky that RNG gave me that he was a stealth kill guy. So he died instantly. And that was super lucky because I screwed up there. I should have checked his his vulnerabilities before I did that. Okay, so for this Outcast rescue, we have to do a bonus objective where we poison some Graug barrels. I do that in a very specific way. I can't remember if this was the run where it got messed up, but I always hit this first one, and then I kind of backtrack around the, like, kind of clockwise around the building. And there's another one on the other side that I get. And then I usually release Caragors to pull the attention of everybody. And I kind of use that distraction as my opening to go in, hit the last barrel, get the last guy, and then move on. And I want to say that got messed up. I'm like 99% sure that got messed up. And I want to say it was because I shot the Caragor meat and just nothing happened. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's find out. So they're all like fighting and doing their thing because of the poison Graug. Oh, I missed it! I missed it! That's why it didn't work. I missed it! Wow, Hayate. So there's just, you know, sometimes you do things when you're in a run, and because you're like in the moment, you don't realize. Like I remember in my head, since this was the run, in my head, I'm like, I shot the Caragor thing. Why the fuck didn't the Caragors come? Whatever. And that'll happen anyways. Like, I don't know if it's a bug or if it's intentional. Maybe there's an RNG element to it, but that can happen where you can shoot Graug meat, or not Graug meat, sorry. You can shoot the Caragor meat, and the meat will drop on the ground, and then Caragors will just never spawn. They will never come in. So I think in my head, I just thought that's what happened. But now that I'm sitting here and I'm not actually in the moment of doing it, nope, I just missed the fucking shot. So that sucks. But yeah, the Caragors right now would be basically fighting all these enemies, and then I would just drop down and do what I need to do, and there would be no one here. So because, like, God, man, if I would have realized in the moment that I missed the shot, I could have just gone back and shot it, right? But that's fine, whatever. So once it's clear, we're going to drop down, and basically I'm going to end up freeing 2 of the 3. And then I'm going to go, there's a Graug barrel right beside the final guy. And I'm basically going to use the Graug barrel and then free the guy. And I do it in that way because if for whatever reason that Graug barrel pulls enemies towards me, I want to just be able to like immediately be done with the mission. Now, unfortunately, this guy right here is a named enemy, and I realized that, and I'm like, "Oh, let's run," because he was red alerted, and I don't have a choice at that point. I have to just run. Because we don't want to. I don't want to fight that guy if I don't have to. And if I remember correctly, I'm like thinking in my head, okay, well, what the hell do I do? And I realize there's a morgue fly nest right above me, and I'm like, well, let's try it. And it just happens to fucking work. Because I was thinking I was going to have to fight him. So yeah, he's feared, he's gone. We get the Graug barrel, we get the guy, and then that should be it.
Thank you for saving us. It wasn't even worth stealing that grog. Tasted like old wet dwarf hair.
Alright, so for this one we have to get ledge kills, and I do that in a fairly scripted way. Once in a blue moon it'll kind of go awry, but for the most part it's scripted. So we'll get essentially 3 of the 5 here, and then the other 2 will get on the other section of this stronghold.
Someone's sneaking about.
I was thinking I should get the black. Reckon there ain't anything in the land that beat our Warchief.
Cause that's right. He's a tough beggar. He's coming here soon. Hopefully with the head of the Grey Walker. Next time, keep your mouth shut.
Any of you get a whiff of that stench wafting about
I thought I heard something.
Alright, so that takes care of the bonus objective. Now for the last 4 that I need, we're going to get those as well in a very specific way. And so generally that consists of dropping on this guy, we'll jump across, we'll get the next guy, we'll climb the wall. Or sorry, don't climb the wall, we'll drop down. I only climb the wall if there's an enemy directly below me that can see me when I drop down. But either way, we want to get over into this position, however that happens. And then we'll pull these guys from ledge, or in this manner, or in this case, that guy from the ledge and this guy normal. Once that's done, we're going to move over. We'll get a couple of collectibles, and then I'll go over and initiate the next one.
Nani here, Galar Mordor.
Alright, so earlier I told you guys that I was doing combat finishers for that icon / ability thing that's in the bottom left to the right of the minimap for a mission later. This is the mission later. So what that ability does is when I use it, I basically get unlimited combat finishers until the meter runs out. And so in this mission, or bonus objective, is that I have to get 5 melee executes, which is combat finishers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk in and just kill as many of these guys as I can within that duration. And that will take care of the bonus objective, and generally I'll get 1 or 2 extra kills as well. Now once this is done, so once the meter is drained, then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move them into a position where most of them are around an explosive. And then I'm going to shoot the explosive and then deal with whatever's left. And then that'll be the mission. And then after that we'll drop down, we'll get the last collectible, and then we'll leave.
Deerhile said that he saw ghosts on the dead marshes. I thought he just saw his own fear.
The speakless dead, the shadow men, the dead ones. Mordor calls to them all.
Okay, so for this one, we're going to have to... The bonus objective is going to be us using Caragors to kill enemies. This is fairly simple. We're going to call the Caragors in. I'm going to go over to this archer, kill this archer, just so the archer doesn't pull any Caragors to the top of this area. And then I'm going to move to a small section, right? I told you guys much earlier that if you're on a small section, a Caragor can't get to you. They can't reach you. If you're on like a bigger surface, they can. And you can see that he climbed up there. What I want to do is I want to be on that small surface, and I want the Caragor to come up to investigate. When he does that, then I'm going to mount him and just go ahead and take him over. And then I'm just going to wait. As soon as I have 5 of 5 Caragors killed for the bonus objective and it's complete, then I'm going to go ahead and just kill these enemies in whatever way I need to. Now you can see there that the Caragor caught fire from the explosion. I didn't, but the Caragor did. So on the bottom left, where the minimap is, you'll see there's 2 health bars now. And right now mine is full, the Caragor's is not. The Caragor did take damage. And again, just going back to what I stated earlier, the rules for this run, anything other than Talion can take damage. The only things that cannot take damage in this run is Talion, because he's who I'm playing. He's the person I'm controlling. So I want to go back and I want to get my Caragor to go into the next section, because sometimes the orcs will win, but most of the time they won't. And so when you're on a mounted Caragor, the other Caragors leave you alone. So you don't have to worry about them fighting you or doing damage. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kill them off. It gives me a little bit extra XP, but it more so just makes sure that they can't attack me as I'm freeing this guy, and then afterwards. So after we free this last slave, we'll move on to our next main mission
If you come across
and
that
continue.
Caragor we let escape, don't let it bite you. It was a nasty thing.
Forgive Erin's words. Her heart is with our people. The slaves you helped us free know where the Dark Lord's monument is most vulnerable. We will strike there. We'll need to steal a cart of grog from the Uruk. It will make quite the trigger for the blasting powder. Let's move.
Alright, so we'll have one ghoul to deal with here. I'm just going to throw knives at him. And this will be a reoccurring theme for ghouls. Throwing knives is pretty much my go-to when I don't have the ability to use an explosive to kill them off.
The cart's up ahead. Be ready. Where there's grog, there's Uruks.
So we're going to have to kill all these enemies here. These kind of spawn at random. If I remember correctly, the archers are generally always the same and in the same spots. The other enemies generally are in the same spot, but not always. So we'll go around and kill these guys. I elect to do this through stealth. You can do this in a variety of ways. The fastest way is to use the fire pit to explode, and then also using the Caragor to kill some of them while you're killing some of them. But for the no damage run, that puts too many variables on the board that I'm not in control of. I'm always in control of me. So if they're unalerted, I can just be patient and methodical, and I can take them out as I see fit. So that's what I choose to do here, and then we'll move on.
Nothing here.
All clear, men! Excellent, Talion. Now we must ensure our men can push the cart to the monument free from harm. Look, how fast evil corrodes.
This decay. Gondor must not fall prey to the shadow.
Let's move.
Alright, so as we get to this open field here, beyond this rock, we're going to get a bunch of ghouls that spawn into the area. Now, I moved to the top right of this area quickly enough that as they spawn in, they're basically going to ignore me and they're just going to go after Hirgon. So what I do is just kind of sit on the outer edge of the engagement and throw daggers until they're all dead, and then that's it, and we'll move forward. Alright, for this group of orcs, same thing as before. I'm just going to move through this slow, eliminate them as I see fit, using stealth, and then we'll move on.
Control! Tight deal! With each fight, they outnumber us even more! For the Warchief! Stay away or he'll drop on you! Cool attack! That talk was too slow.
fighting side by side. Who would have thought? Ranger, stay close. The ghouls swarm Durthwag. My men can use this distraction to push the cart beneath the bridge unseen.
I wish we had some slaves to throw at them.
Alright, so as we enter under this bridge and we come out the other side of it, there will be one ghoul that's running across. We'll kill him with a knife and then we'll move forward. Now we're going to have to deal with a bunch of ghouls up ahead. And as you can see on the mini-map, I'm kind of crossing by archers right now. They're to my top right, and that's what I'm kind of looking at. So I want to move around the area in such a way that they can't see me, because we don't want them to aggro on me. So as we get onto the bridge, the ghouls spawn in. I'm going to jump off the side and just start engaging on their spawn location and take out as many as I can while Hirgon has their aggro or attention. And then once I kill all the ones I can, we'll climb up and then do the same thing I did on the last one, where I just sit on the outer edge using daggers and kill them off one at a time.
My men will protect the cart. Let's clear the ridge so they may pass. Be ready, Talion. The next outpost will be the largest.
It's too quiet. Something is amiss.
Alright, so as we enter this area, I'm going to go ahead and climb up on the Caragor cage, and then I'm going to look at my mini-map to see which side the Caragor comes in on, and we're just going to go ahead and kill him immediately. After that, I'm just going to sit here comfortably and safely and throw daggers until all the ghouls are dead, and then I'll move on.
Caragors. One enemy replaces another.
The monument is upon us. A tribute to darkness built by the blood of my people. I will relish its destruction. Take a long look. That monument will soon fall. There, Ranger. Our success depends on your ability to clear the outpost of Uruk.
Okay, so for this objective, we have to kill 17 enemy guards. And the way that I choose to do that, if you look at the minimap, you can see they're basically just one guy here, one guy there type setup here. So we're going to go up top and kill what we can. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically wait for the NPCs to engage on all the orcs that are on the ground level. And then basically kill what I can when it's safe. I don't want to be in the mix of a brawl. So, and if I remember correctly, the NPCs always win, I believe. I don't think there's any instance that I can remember where they've ever lost when the fight like breaks out or whatever. So, I don't know because I never wait long enough, but I'm thinking you could probably just sit there and do nothing and they would just win. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. If anybody does this themselves and wants to test it, feel free. But essentially, I'm just going to get whatever kills I can from the high ground. And then once the NPCs come in on the left side, you can see they're running in right now. Once they come in and they aggro all of the orcs, then I'll drop down and, you know, kill whatever I can. I think I hit that Morgfly nest because I was like, I wonder if the Morgfly will make them run away and that will count. And so that was like a little experiment. What I'm surprised at right now, okay, there we go. I was like, I'm surprised I didn't kill this archer, man, because generally I kill all the archers before I drop down. And we get a stealth kill that grabbed the attention of 2 people. That's weird. What was I doing there? Okay, good. Kill, good. So the reason I didn't use arrows there is because going into the mission, any arrows I use, I won't have for this, and basically I need as many arrows as I can here. So as soon as this starts, I back up. The reason I back up is because I want the orcs to disengage from me, and you can see all of them have. This guy was already running towards me, but the other ones that were engaged on me haven't come to me because they couldn't see me any longer, so they dropped out of aggro or out of combat with me. What this does is this brings them in one at a time. Now again, I think if I remember correctly, this is a impossible to fail type situation. Once the cart gets pushed far enough, you get pulled into the next phase of this fight. But what I like to do here is just grab the orc, well, parry him, grab him, and then usually I throw them and then kill them while they're on the ground stunned. So as soon as we come out of that cutscene, I'm going to run back, and that's just to get away from the cart because these orcs are shooting at the cart, and I don't want to catch a stray shot because I'm too close to it. So we'll kill them. I'm going to dodge roll back, and that's just to get the iframes so that I don't take a stray hit while I'm trying to get back, because the orcs are going to be throwing axes, and you'll see them coming in, whizzing by my head, hitting the cart, things like that, and I don't want to get hit by that while I'm going to push the cart. Now, when the last set of archers spawns in, we're just going to dodge roll back. Again, that's to keep the iframes. We're going to headshot all of these guys, and then I'm going to dodge roll back to the cart and continue pushing the cart. Now, it is possible. It's very, 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 very low chance, but you can take a hit when you're doing this. But the way that the game is scripted, I believe, is that they're throwing at the cart to damage the cart. So, the vast majority of the time, 99% of the time, you basically don't take damage when you're pushing the cart.
To these out. Cast, it seems I am less of a monster in death than I was in life.
It is the Black Hand and his captains who are the true monsters. They will return, and when they do, these men will die.
Alright, so now we have to fight the Black Captain, I believe, and the bonus objective for this is that we have to shank grabbed orcs. And so what that means is it's not shank kills, it's just shank them. So what I need to do is I need to kill every orc that's here except for one. And then once I've got one segregated, we're going to focus on that bonus objective. So I use all the focus I have, and then we're going to run around basically until the focus regenerates. Keeping an eye on the Black Captain and where he is in proximity to the orcs that I need to kill. Because if I run too close to him, he will go to engage, and you know, all I have to do is just perfect parry that, but we don't want him to attack if we don't need it. So I'm going to kill every enemy that's furthest away from me, leaving the closest one, because I don't want to have to wait any longer than I have to. I come behind an object, doesn't matter what object, just some object where the Black Captain can't see, and then we're going to stab, stab, wait. Stab, stab, wait. Because if you just stab, 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 I think you get 5 hits in, and then it'll auto-kill the orc. However, if you just wait a brief moment in between stabs, you can get a few more in. So you can see I got 8 in there instead of what I would normally get. Now for the Black Captain, the strategy that I use here is counter, hit, hit, and then wait. And then when I have enough to do a finisher, then I'll add a finisher onto the end, but it's counter, hit, hit, and wait. And the reason I do that is because if you hit him more than twice, if you hit him 3 times, god damn, that's crazy. I forgot about that. I'm very lucky he didn't hit me there, dude. That's crazy. But if you hit him more than 2 times, so if you hit him 3 times, he'll actually attack back, and you can take damage from that. So it's easier just to cheat the system a little bit, and knowing how the game is coded and how he is coded to respond to your attacks, just don't give him the opportunity. It definitely makes the fight slower, but this isn't a speed run, so it doesn't really matter.
I will teach you what real pain is.
So again, I'm just running around waiting for my focus to regenerate. There it is. And then I'll kill one of these, whichever one's furthest away. We'll get 2 shanks on this guy. And I don't have to wait here, right? Because I only needed 2. So we can just, you know, shank, 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 shank until he's dead. And then we can move after the Black Captain. So from this point on, the orcs don't matter anymore, right? So we're just going to kill them as quickly as I can. Generally, that'll just be what I've been doing. Through arrow shots. And then for the Black Captain, as you can see, again, I'm holding to that parry or counter, whatever you want to call it. Hit, hit, and then that's it, unless I have enough for a combat finisher. And that'll be the fight. We'll rinse and repeat these mechanics. We've got 1 more wave of orcs, if I remember correctly. And then we'll have 2 more sections with him, and then that'll complete the fight.
I inflict the pain.
One-on-one, Ranger!
Ranger, time to die. The Dark Lord will rule. Time to die!
Kill the talk!
Time to die!
How does your vengeance taste, Talion? Is not the darkness sweet?
We have defeated the Hammer of Sauron. But the Black Hand and the tower remain.
And their master.
Alright, so for this mission, the bonus is that we have to avoid detection. So, this one can be a little tricky sometimes because of the captains that are in the area. But generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, there will be an archer. And what I did there was I shadow struck to him and left him alive because I want to use him to complete the objective, right? Which is in making them investigate you and then killing them while they're doing that. So the technique that I'm going to use here is no different than the one I described earlier in the last stronghold in the area where we did the first Warchief, which is we're just going to hit the button and then immediately kill them. And that'll always count. So we'll get the last two and then we'll move on.
Somebody sneaking around. Someone sneaking about. Something just moved over there.
So since we completed that that Dagger legendary mission, essentially now it's going to pull us in, say, hey, congratulations, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to take this opportunity to kind of go through the runes that I have for my various weapons and see if there's anything useful that I want to slot in. So I see that there's a couple of things I want to do, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to unlock my sword and dagger so that I can put 2 extra runes in each one. I'm going to go slot those in and then, move on. Alright, so this is the point in the run that I like to call power grind. So we're going to essentially, as the name implies, grind power. Power is the resource you gain from doing certain mission types or killing basically any named enemy. And as you gain so much power, you'll unlock a rank, and then you gain so much more power, you'll unlock a rank. It's basically the tier system for your abilities. And I want to unlock the next tier before I proceed. So we're going to go on a power grind. And essentially what this power grind is me starting these missions. If you look at the mini-map, or you look at the icon that's on the screen that I'm running to, those are the only icon/mission types that I will be doing. Anything else I do beyond that will require me to put myself at risk. However, for these dual type encounters, I don't have to do anything. So basically what I'll do is, as these start, I'm going to see, can I insta-kill anybody? Nope, can't insta-kill him. Can I insta-kill him with a headshot? Nope. So then it's basically up to me what I want to do. I can either kill one of them or I can leave. And for the vast majority of these, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the mission, and then I'm going to turn the fuck around and run away until I outrange the mission, and basically the mission says, you left the area, so the mission auto-completed, and here's the result. I don't care what the result is. All I want is the plus 40 power that I get from it completing and resolving. So that's basically what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to 1, complete it. Most of those, like I said, will be me running away from the whatever it is. And then I'm going to go to a tower. I'm going to look at my map, pick another one, go to it, run away. Pick another one, go to it, run away, blah, 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 rinse and repeat. Until I get enough power for the next tier that I need. And then I'll get the abilities I need, and then we'll move on. So for these missions, there's really nothing to talk about there. I shouldn't... If I'm doing this right, I should never fight a single thing. And nobody should ever aggro to me, or even attempt to fight me. So that guy's invulnerable to range. I'm just like, fuck it, let's just leave. Like literally, let's just leave. I don't even need to kill them. Let's just go. And so this section will be, I don't remember the exact amount of time it took. Generally speaking, it's roughly on average 45 minutes of time running around gaining power. But every time, as you can see right in the middle of the screen, plus 40 power. Every time we do this, it will give me 40 power. So we'll do this and then we'll move on.
They make us take the same barrels back there. What's in these barrels anyway?
Keep an eye on the humans. If they dig up any artifacts, grab it from them quick before they try pinching it for themselves.
No man or Uru can face me. Only a beast would dare.
Keep moving! We can rest back at the stronghold! Get in line, lads! Looks like fight time!
Time to finish off some worthless shrocks.
Haven't seen our leader in ages. Where's he on?
Here's some fine prey. Have at it, boys!
Hunter by my side. Nothing beats seeing one of them being hunted through a head or two.
It's time for the feast, boys! Meat and grog for all!
The archers that can shoot fire, they're the best trained.
The men folk have more guts in the daytime. You gotta...
All right, I'm ready. Open the cage!
menfolk call bad. A little rain and mud, then they can't even march. Catch that slave! I get first pick of the meat! Kill! Kill!
Just see something.
Where is that tart scum, eh? Follow me and don't make a fuss, all right? I'd rather die! Bleed, you weakling! I get bored of all this marching without any killing. Here comes some fun! Break your bones! Been hearing weird sounds on the wing. Be on guard just in case it's a ranger. You are nothing to me and my Uruks, you miserable cur! Eat Shrok and die, you Shrok eating Shrok! Hey, the betrayer! I'll outdrink the lot of you puny lightweights!
Spear's obviously the best weapon. You got reach and you got shot. What else is there?
Alright, so now that we've got the power we need, and we've gained access to Tier 4, I'm going to go ahead and unlock the various things that I need to get. I'm not really going to discuss these. I unlock them the exact same way, the exact same time, and the reason for these are either going to be completely obvious, or as you continue watching, you'll see how valuable they are. But we're going to go ahead and unlock those, and then once I unlock that stuff, we'll move on and do a few more Outcast missions, and things like that before we head to the next main mission. Okay, so for this mission, our bonus objective is that we have to brutalize some orcs. Now this works to our favor, essentially, because anytime you brutalize an enemy, especially with the rune that I put in, where brutalize has more of an effect, they're all going to go running. So what I'm going to do, and this is going to be a recurring theme for the rest of the run, anytime I want to clear an area, I'm going to run right into the middle of as many of them as I can and brutalize whatever is most visible to as many enemies as possible. And honestly, that is the, as crazy as it sounds, that's the safest way to clear an area out, is to, like, you know, just balls to the wall, run in, you know, recklessly and just stab a dude, because then everybody else runs away. And then the area is just auto-cleared, so.
Can you hear me?
And as you can see, we've already done, we've already got our bonus objective, so now it's just clearing out these areas safely so that I can free these slaves. And again, the safest way to do that, as you're going to see, is basically just to brutalize enemies in and around where the slaves are.
Keep your hands off each other.
And so you kind of see that I went after what's hardest. You know, the shield bearers are the ones that we really don't want to fight, because we can't just do a simple parry or counter on those enemies. So I generally, like, the hierarchy of enemies that I generally target are shield bearers, berserkers, the ones with the double axes, and then archers if I'm in a ground v ground situation. If I'm going to be in the area and there's archers on a high ground or something like that, generally I'll deal with the archers as well. Now, I didn't necessarily need to brutalize this guy, but I did because there was one other dude that could see him. So,
Is that you, Ranger?
just to clear that guy out.
Thank you.
Now for the last guy here, I don't think I brutalized this dude. Maybe I do. Yep, I do. Okay. You can see that there's guy on the minimap. You can see there are guys in the background.
Help us, please!
I just want to make sure, again, I just want to make sure that when I'm freeing these guys, no one's able to just attack me,
I didn't mean to call.
because I'm unable to defend myself when that happens. Okay, so with that done, that is it. So for the first area, the first zone, we're done for now. We do have some things left, but I either can't access them yet, or I don't have the abilities yet to do them anyways, because I'm not in the final tier for the abilities. So we're just going to move on to the next zone and continue with more of the same stuff that we've done here. We'll do a bunch of side missions, main missions, blah, blah, blah. We'll weave those in and out. And then at some point, we'll come back and we'll finish that first zone and 100% it.
I need to find the way to Morgoth's Scar. There's a good chance we can pick up the ghouls' trail of that ransacked caravan we passed earlier by the ravine.
When I fight, there's only one thing I'm thinking of.
Alright, so once we have the tower, I'm just going to Shadow Strike down to this guy on the bridge. And we're going to jump down after he's dead. I'm going to run towards the cart here that's been abandoned and destroyed. And then we're going to U-turn. Now, I don't hit the trigger right. I was slightly too early, so I had to turn around and do it again. But basically, you just want to dip your toes into the green circle that's on the minimap and then turn around. And if you do it right, you won't have to waste time like I did. But regardless, once that happens, we're going to go back. I'm going to collect this flower, and then we're going to look up to the left and try and get a Shadow Strike on the guy furthest back. Now, these guys were standing directly next to each other. Generally, that's not how it works. But that's okay. Usually, you can kind of stealth Shadow Strike in there. You hit one, the other one doesn't know. But anyways, we come up here and then we're going to move down into the cave, which starts the next portion of the main mission. Alright, so as we head into the cave, our objective is basically don't cause the ghouls to swarm on you. So be stealthy. That's basically what they're getting at. So I'll always follow the same path here, and if done properly, there's no concern, there's no issue, there's no risk of any of the ghouls spotting you to the degree that you would cause a ghoul swarm to trigger.
Fear fire as much as light. Those flames might prove useful if we are overwhelmed. He lost his brother.
Hunter and hunted. Death takes them all.
A treasure room. Your heirloom must be here.
Okay, so as we make our way to the objective, we'll be pulled into a cutscene. So as we come out of the cutscene, I'm going to go ahead and trigger my bow ultimate or special ability, and we're going to just set them on fire, same as we did that one Warchief like forever ago. So we're just going to set this guy on fire, and that will be the fastest and safest way to deal with the matron.
The storm is past.
Now once he's dead, we're going to have two ghouls that come in behind us, so we'll take those out with knives, and then from here, nothing else will come in to the area to attack me until you come up to this portion. Once we come up to here, I'm going to kill the ones that are in front of the door. I'm going to run out, we're going to grab this, and then we're going to drop down, and now the bonus objective is that I have to kill 30 with fire, so with explosions. So more or less just run through here and get them grouped up. Now you'll see that I'm dodge rolling over and over and over again. That is to, one, avoid their attacks because I'm protected by the iframes that I'm getting every time I dodge roll. And then the second one is to make sure 100% that I'm not going to get hit with acid. Because as I explained to you guys earlier, You know, once we get so far in the game, we get new types of enemies. So now we start to have ghouls that can spit acid at us, which obviously is more dangerous than the regular ghouls. So anytime we encounter ghouls from now on, we're basically going to be dodge rolling non-stop for the most part. Alright, so with that complete, we're going to do a little bit of a another Outcast rescue mission grind, and then we'll move on.
Ranger, you have to help. My brother was speaking ill of the Dark Lord. It made the slaver furious. Thank goodness. Many thanks.
Alright, so as we start this mission, our objective is to get where we need to go in 1 minute and 30 seconds. And we are going to make full use of that time. So what I'm going to do is follow the path that I'm following here, and we're going to go grab a tower, and then once we grab the tower, you know, en route to that tower, we're going to pick up some more of the gathering plants that we need. But we're basically going to go to this tower, get the tower, drop down, and then go to the mission marker. And that's going to leave me, I'd say on average, depending, that leaves me anywhere from like 3 seconds to like 13 seconds. So you're cutting it very close here. And if you mess this up, per my rule set, I'd have to restart the entire game. So this is about the most risky thing that I do that doesn't involve actual direct combat. But because I have the rune, or I got lucky enough to get the rune that allows me to essentially double my Elven Swiftness duration, I'm able to more comfortably do this without having to worry about that. And it looks like we'll get here in about 13 seconds. Yeah, okay. Alright, so what we have to do now is, this is where the game is basically going to teach us about branding. Branding enemies that can then fight for me against my enemies. So I'm going to go ahead and get Combat Drain because that's going to be a huge ability for the remainder of the run. And then I'm going to walk in and go through a predetermined route of branding enemies here. This will happen the exact same way every single time, and if you do it the way that I'm doing it, it will be consistent. Now for the bonus objective, we just have to complete this by branding 6 enemies in under 3 minutes. We're going to be well ahead of that, so this one's not even something we really need to consider or worry about.
Mine is the sight that will pierce your mortal will.
And we take their lives as well.
Nothing here. Let your hand be guided by silver.
Alright, so this will be the last guy. Now once this is done, that'll be completed. And then we just basically have to kill everybody. So I'm gonna kill the archer that I didn't kill earlier. And then I'm gonna try and kill these enemies in such a way that they see me, but when they see me, they all go red. That doesn't always happen, but it's what I want to happen, because if I can get them all to pull to me, then I can blow them up with the barrels that are over here. Now, that doesn't really work out for me here, but that's okay. I look up at that tower because there is an archer up there. Generally, that's the archer that I go to as the last enemy. Generally, he's the last enemy. And so I'll go to him and I'll regen my elf shot off of him before we go into the next section. Luckily, I have 3 elf shot. I only need 1. So I'm in a good spot. So as soon as we come out of this cutscene, we're going to have a bunch of orcs running at us. I'm going to go into Wraith Vision, wait until most of them are under the Morgue Flies, and then I'm going to drop that, and that should clear everyone out. I'm going to go back into Wraith Vision. If I see anyone in gold, that means they were not affected, and I have to kill them manually. And then that'll wrap up that mission, and we can continue.
It is one thing to kill these Uruk, it is another to make them our followers.
It is a gift. We can use the weapon of the enemy against him.
Alright, so for this mission, we have to do a bonus objective of killing 25 orcs. And the way that I choose to do that is very specific. It's not the fastest way, but I do believe it's the slowest way of doing it. So we're going to take out these guys, and then what I want to do is I want to kill this first elite guard and wait. Now these guys unfortunately go red, which actually isn't that bad. It actually makes this a little bit faster. But what I want to do is, regardless, if they don't go red, they'll come over and investigate the guy that got killed. Once they're all over, we're going to come back up and explode the barrel, and that will kill quite a lot of them. 9 of them. Well, I guess not 9, because we killed 2, 3, so 7 of them. And we'll move across here, and we'll pick up some items as we go through the stronghold here. We'll pick up, pretty much every item that's in the stronghold, with the exception of 2.
Another mystery. Mordor is full of secrets.
And now notice that I'm sticking to the outer edge, the outside, whatever you want to call it, these catwalks that go around these various sections, because orcs can't get to these sections, so it always keeps me safe. Now for these enemies here, this is the next section that I choose to kill enemies at, and unfortunately there's really not an easy barrel or something for me to kill them at. So this is really just shooting enemies and trying to not alert everyone, if at all possible. So I do take it pretty slow here. And if you haven't noticed, bottom left, while I'm kind of waiting for these guys to drop out, bottom left above the mini-map, we are in alert status. When you enter into this mission, the game automatically puts you in alert status. So this section can be kind of you can't anytime you're in alert status, orcs will just always spawn and come chase you. They have a sixth sense for you. So if you're in a position on flat ground where you're on the same ground as they are, they will just spawn in endlessly. So that's another reason why I stick to the outer edge here. And if you look at it now, it just went yellow. Even when it's in yellow status, it will still do that. So basically, if you're in any type of status other than normal, where they don't know you exist, you cannot go on flat land with them. So that's why I'm hanging out on the walls and I'm staying on the outer edge of these various areas, is to avoid these massive respawns of enemies. Alright, so once I have enough of them, we're going to go ahead and push forward. Honestly, I don't really pay attention to a specific number, because it's RNG based. But generally speaking, once I get close to 20, I'm good to just go this route. We'll climb up, we'll kill an archer, and then I'll be in a position, generally speaking, there will be enough enemies around a campfire that I can blow it up, and that will take care of the rest of what I need. So that right there took care of the 25. And we've got a guy that's in my way, which isn't a big deal, but generally speaking, we'll climb up before I move on and climb up to this section of this tower. And we're going to shoot the last guy we need and then move on. Now, once this mission completes, we're still in alert status. So again, I cannot drop down. So what I want to do here is there's an archer right across from me. You can barely see him through the smoke. Now you can see him pathing back. And what we're going to do is... there we go. So we just do the stealth strike over to him. We're going to get our arrow, our elf shot back. And then I'm going to move on. Now, as you can see on the minimap, there are two icons, like to my left as you're looking on the screen right now. I'm not going to get those, for the only reason being that we're in alert status, and I have to physically stand in that area. I can't just be on the wall. So because I can't just be on the wall, I'm going to get that later when we have to come back here for some other missions. And so, and to be fair, I could have done that on this one too. Unfortunately, the path that it's not even unfortunate, I don't know why I said that. But the path that I take to get to this next mission, this was the safest way to do it. So that's why I get that that Elvish rune or whatever now versus later on like the speedrunners do. Alright, so this mission is a pain in the ass. This is like my least favorite mission in the entire fucking game. So for the bonus objective, we have to throw 3 orcs over the side, over the ledge. Very easy. This is very, very easy to do. You can be hit while you're grabbing these guys. However, the game is coded to give you a second when you grab someone, so the enemies will stop for a brief moment. The problem here is the rate at which enemies spawn into the area. So I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds from right now, basically, where I have to kill these enemies, and there will be enemies that will be spawning in alongside them. And those enemies can be shield bearers, they can be berserkers, they can be anything. Spear throwers, whatever, right? So I don't want to exist on the platform. I don't want to do that, because if I exist on the platform, then I'm risking damage. However, if I sit up here and these things keep spawning in too quickly, I'll run out of arrows. So the backup strategy here is that I'm going to stay up here for as long as I can. If I get down to 1 arrow, then what I have to do is, or I'm sorry, 2 arrows, then what I have to do is I have to climb up on the wall that's right in front of me, the one I'm looking at. And I'm going to look down and there's a barrel there that I can shoot. And because I'm standing in this position, all the other enemies are right beside it. So basically what I'll do is I'll climb up, I'll shoot the barrel, it'll kill almost every enemy except for the shield bearers. And then I'll drop down and combat drain one of them to regenerate my elf shot. And then I just basically have to exist on the bridge and deal with it. Because it'll be too risky to climb back up, because they'll be able to throw objects at me. And when you're climbing, if an enemy's throwing an axe at you or something like that, it's complete RNG whether you get hit. The game is coded that the likelihood of you getting hit is very low. However, it's not impossible. So because of that, I don't want to be climbing while enemies are alerted to my presence and throwing stuff at me. Now the reason why this is ideal as a backup strategy is because as I climb onto that ledge of the wall and I stand up, they're able to throw things at me. So I've had it happen before where I climbed up, and before I could even aim my bow, I got hit by an object. Like a spear, an axe, whatever. So I don't like doing that strategy unless I absolutely have to. And there is a way, and I've had it happen on other runs, I've had it happen on practice, where you can stand here and all of a sudden the game will just stop. And what I mean by stop is that the orc torchbearers will just no longer spawn. They'll just stop spawning. So if you look at the mini-map, there's nothing there that's yellow. And then at some point, a yellow icon will appear. And that's saying, hey, there's a torchbearer, you have to kill this guy. They'll just stop spawning. And I don't know why. I don't know why that happens. I've tested quite a few different theories, and I haven't been able to like really prove any of them. So right there on the mini-map, yellow arrow, and through the wall here you can see a yellow dot. And I've got less than 30 seconds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait. I'm going to gamble here. I've got 2 arrows left, and I told you the backup strat was at 2 arrows. I have to go in, and the reason 2 arrows is because arrow 1 is for the barrel, and then the last arrow is so that I can use daggers to build combos so I can combat drain if I need to. So because it was so low on time, I was like, I'm just going to gamble that I'm going to have no more than 2 guys come through in the next 30 seconds, and we're good. And so that's what happened. So now that it's done, we're going to climb over the back side of this tower and drop all the way down. And once we make it to this like different colored stone down here, we're just going to start moving around it. We'll end up under the bridge, we'll get some collectibles, and then we'll move on to the next mission.
If he comes back, I'll kill him then.
There are still some paths open out of Mordor.
The more we can set Mordor to flame, the more people will reach freedom.
Alright, so bonus objective for this is fairly simple. We have to kill 5 orcs with headshots. That's going to be a given. Really the way that I go through this is very, very scripted. There's several fires here, and those fires are not going to kill everybody, so I always blow up what I can and then headshot what's left to work towards the completion of the bonus objective. And we'll do this in multiple sections as we go through here. We'll pick up some collectibles, whether that be plants or, you know, other items, artifacts, and the like. And then we'll free these guys as well. The only thing I'll note is at the very end, there is the possibility for ghouls to spawn because it's nighttime. So, and because we're exploding campfires and things like that. Whenever you explode campfires, you do have the possibility for ghouls to spawn, because that is one of the mechanics that attracts them. So because we're doing all this, we can get ghouls that spawn. I've never had them spawn anywhere except for the last section, right by the tower that I'm going to go unlock. And if I remember correctly, that happens in this run attempt, and I can't remember. I want to say I just dodge roll away and just knife everybody, but we'll see when we get there. But anyways, up to that point, freeing these guys, basically it's just going to be explode what you can, kill what you can. We'll combat drain some guys for elf shot ammo, and that'll pretty much be it.
This Uruk's been killed!
You will obey!
If the Ranger's stupid enough to get close to me, I'll pick up and toss him to the ground so hard his back will break.
Ranger, thank you. Our friends are nearby.
Wait! I'll smell something. Talk has a few fancy moves to dish out. You can't be that hard. Bet I could learn those moves if I wanted to. Hey! I see you! I heard the ghouls ripped apart Havoc, 'cause he couldn't make up his mind about which way to go.
Elbereth Gilthoniel.
Back to work. Nobody liked him anyway.
I'm sorry I stared at the slaver. It's just so ugly. I can't believe the creature's so foul to exist.
Alright, so there are the ghouls that I promised you guys, and it looks like knife, knife, knife. Now if I'm smart, I start shooting at them the second they start moving towards me. And the reason I'm doing this is twofold. One, it's because I get slow time, and then two, it's because again, we now have ghouls that can spit acid at us, so if I'm just standing there throwing knives, I will inevitably get hit by acid. So I want to go into slow time, kill as many of them as I can, and then get them off the board.
What beautiful stones. This tower reborn, as am I.
For this mission, our bonus objective is we have to get ledge kills. This I find most successfully done on the back end of this area. So there's like a little cliff here, and it's like very little. It's like the height of 2 Talions or something. But basically just pulling enemies into this and throwing them over the ledge. And then generally speaking, there will always be a guy, at least one up here. So that'll count towards that ledge kill. And then right now there's no one around me that I can pull down that cliffside, which means that they're just in a an early random rotation. And so I just basically have to wait for the enemies to kind of rotate over. And you can see in the mini-map there's one walking this way. So I'm just going to drop down, hang off the ledge, and we'll call this guy over. And he'll be guy number 2 towards our bonus objective. After this, though, once we get the bonus objective complete, it's really just killing all the orcs in the area by any means necessary. That'll be a lot of explosions, morgue flies, things like that, and then we'll rescue the guys, and then we'll move on.
A dead Uruk!
You've got to save us! Freedom!
All right, enough blowing. The killer's fled by now. The killer's gone. Killer's on the loose. It's the Tark! That Uruk was a waste of space anyway. A corpse! Did you see that? I think it was Manfield. I almost got it. I don't really care what killed him, it's not my problem. Over there! Manfield!
Is that you, Ranger? Cut me down, quickly. Thank you.
Hey, you! We're tied up here! Please help!
Thank you for freeing us. I'm still so hungry.
Okay, so for the next mission, as soon as I enter into this, we're going to be alerted, or all the enemies are going to be alerted, and they're going to be running at us. So I'm going to run to a predetermined point, and our bonus objective is that I have to ignite barrel stacks with fire arrows. So I want to go ahead first and kill these archers. Now these archers are going to respawn, but that's okay. But I want to kill them so they can't shoot at me while I'm in this position. I'm going to use knives to build up combo, and then I'm going to use that combo to do fire arrows. And the barrels that I'm going to do those on are always the same, so 2 on this side, and there's going to be 1 on the right side. So I'm going to roll over here, we're going to shoot this guy to keep my combo, because I would have lost it if I didn't do that. And now all we have to do is kill orcs with fire arrows. However, my focus meter is very low. So I need to wait for my focus meter to come back. So that's why I'm just hitting non-stop even though I have combo. And the reason why I want focus is because they're all so close to me. So as soon as I have focus, which I do now, we'll come in, fire arrow 1. Now we're just going to build combo again. Okay, we'll go and get another guy. And what I'm doing is I'm repositioning before I use these fire arrows so that all the enemies are in front of me. Because even if you're in focus mode, you can still be hit. So if there's an enemy really close behind you and you just didn't realize it because you're aiming down your bow and you can't see behind you, that doesn't mean they can't hit you. So that's why I keep repositioning to keep them in front of me. And that'll finish that mission out, and now once it completes, they'll all freak out, be feared, and run away. And we can move on. Alright, so for this one's fairly simple. We basically just can't kill anybody until we set up the ambush for the bonus objective. So what we're going to do is we're going to enter by using our stealth strike. We can't kill him, right? So we're just going to run away. And now as we climb up this ladder here, we're going to be in the area we need to be in, but there's one enemy that will be pathing around. You can see him off to like my 11 o'clock here. So what I want to do is I want to wait until he walks onto the bridge to the closest enemy to me right now, and then turns around. When he does that, we're going to walk up and stealth brand him. And now I can stealth brand everything else in the area without having to worry about somebody seeing me. And the way that I stealth brand these archers happens the exact same way every single time, and will 100% be consistent every single time if done in this way. Alright, so that'll be the last guy, and then I'm going to climb up on the right here and move all the way back around. And we're going to stop right here. Now what the game wants you to do is it wants you to call your branded army now to fight these guys. We're not going to do that. We're going to wait for all these guys to basically stop at this fire, and we're just going to kill them. So we'll get the ones we can. Obviously the shield bearers didn't die. We'll finish those off, and then we had a guy all the way in the back that barely made it beyond the flames, so he didn't insta-die. So we'll take him out, and that'll be it. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do the exact same thing we did last time we were in this position. I'm going to stealth strike over to the archer, but then I'm going to go to those icons I told you guys earlier I couldn't go to because it was too risky. It was too risky because the stronghold was on alert. So we're going to wait for this guy to path back. Stealth strike over. We'll go ahead and kill him. I can pick up arrow, well, brand him. We could kill him. I could pick up arrows right there just like I did. But what we're going to do now is I'm going to kill this guy, and I should be able to stealth strike over. If not, then I can just climb up and walk over. Alright, so we brand that guy. And then this one item is the reason why I couldn't come over here. When it was on alert, because I had to physically be on the ground here, which would just bring all the enemies to me. However, the second one we can get from the wall, so that one wouldn't have been an issue. Alright, so that's everything we need here in this area, and now we can move on. Alright, so generally what I would do as we come into this mission is I would just stealth strike over and kill this guy. However, I see that there's intel beside him, so I'm just going to go ahead and kill him outright and go get this intel, because remember, I still need to discover all of these Warchiefs in this new area. So we're one away from doing that, so I'm going to go ahead and drop down, we're going to get a bunch of stuff, and then we'll move on.
These tribesmen are desperate. They will do anything
Nani here, Galar.
to resist the Uruks.
I fear Lithariel will never surrender. Her honor will doom them all.
Come on ahead.
Alright, so what we need to do in this area now is basically kill everybody except for our target. So that's what I'm going to be doing now, and I'm going to do that in hopefully a manner that keeps me from alerting everyone here. Now the other reason that I choose to do it from this tower is not only safety, but also the fact that if I need extra arrows, I can just drain the archer that I've already branded and get more arrows. Alright, so what I want to do here is, because there's two guys left. There's my target and there's an intel guy. So what I want to do is I want to get this intel guy if I can. And so I attract him over to my position. And then I'm going to also try and attract him over to an area away from my target so that I don't have to worry about essentially alerting my target before I can get this guy branded and interrogated. So we call him over. Now I call over the enemy, or the target I mean, to pull him to a location I want so that I can do this while he's investigating the noise or whatever, you know, that I did to attract him. So that'll take care of that guy, and then... Yep, so then we're going to turn around, we're going to go behind him, and we're going to just do our normal hit, flurry, ground hit, and then we'll go into the conversation. We'll get our finisher, and that should turn him green so we can grab him and dominate him. And then we'll be done.
It is done. He's ours.
We must now make this captain a bodyguard, if he is ever to be a warchief.
It is from first strike of thunder that is soon born a storm. Secrets seen only by my eyes.
Flaming footprints in his wake. Wasn't that the thing?
Wealth will not save Gondor. Uruk do not care for trinkets.
Sauron will use gold to buy allies among the kingdoms of men.
Break the chains of the Dark Lord.
Princess Graug. I'm hearing it.
Alright, so for this mission, we have a bonus objective that's really, really iffy sometimes. So if you're doing this yourself, I highly suggest following my exact route. But essentially, we're going to kill everything gold. These are all the enemies we're required to kill. Once these enemies are dead, any enemies that remain will be auto-branded. But the bonus objective says we have to stay above him, which means we can't touch the ground.
Our
Now, for whatever reason, if you touch an area, like there's an area to our right that's raised, right? If for whatever reason you touch that area, it counts against you, and you'll auto-fail. So that's why I highly suggest following my exact route. I've done a lot of testing here, and this was the one that was 100% consistent. Now, staying above him just means not touching the ground. You can go ahead of him, which is what I'm doing here, to kill as many of these before he shows up. Because if we kill as many of these as we can before he shows up, or we kill all of them before he shows up, then he'll just get there and, okay, cool, and go to the next spot. So it saves a little bit of time. But anyways, we'll move up here. I'm gonna do the exact same thing here. Granted, I'm gonna kill these guys in kind of a specific order. And that's just to try and keep them from being alerted. Alright, and then once all these guys are dead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around and I'm going to go get some more arrows. And then once I'm full on arrows, I'm just going to sit and wait, and that'll be that. We'll get credit for the bonus objective being completed, and then we'll get the completion for the mission itself.
True Uruk.
Now that we have our hunter, let us stalk our prey.
Alright, so the reason why I said earlier I wanted to make sure that I had arrows, like we went around and collected arrows, is because they don't regen going into this. So we want to be full here. Now I'm going to run to the left. I'm going to stealth strike to this archer. I'm going to go ahead and brand him just to get full arrows back. And then we're going to go to the next archer. Now from here, this will put me in a position to basically do what we did earlier, right? So I'll climb the wall, jump over to the tower, we'll climb up.
I'm hearing things. I was looking forward to testing.
And this is where I said earlier, like, I could technically have gotten that collectible when I come here. But just because of my pathing, I got it earlier, but we could get it here too. Alright, so now that we're here, we're going to auto-call in these enemies. And what you cannot have happen is you cannot have your branded enemy die here. If you do, then you'll fail. So the first thing I do is I come over to this archer, and we're going to go ahead and brand him because I don't want him shooting at my guy. And then I'm going to go ahead and shoot any other enemy that's in the area that could potentially interfere and fight me. So I'm looking for the last guy. There he is. Right after we kill this guy, we're going to explode the fire. We're going to drop down and we're going to go after his lieutenant and just kill his lieutenant as quickly as possible. There is no better way to do this, unfortunately. Especially if the guy you want to kill is immune to ranged.
Wraith demon! This Uruk sees as clearly in the night as in the day.
So what we're going to have to do now is we're just going to have to fight this guy. Now, I approach this very, very, very cautiously. Just because I've lost quite a few runs on this mission. But this guy is never susceptible to ranged attacks. Now what I did wrong there was I should have killed the archer, or I guess he's a spear thrower, but I should have killed him. I didn't do that. But what I'm trying to do here is I'm just trying to get combat finishers on this guy. So I'm trying to build up with knife throws or flurry hits on him. You know, whatever works, doesn't really matter. Now I see that I have guys with shields. We want those guys to go away if possible. So if any of those shield guys came towards me, I would need to shoot them. And honestly, what I should have done was, to make it safer, I should have combat, like, branded one of these enemies. That way I could kill off most of these enemies, but I didn't do that. Now I did it. Also, I want to point out that I used the slow time. God damn, that dude almost hit me. Did you see that? That was crazy. But I used the slow time earlier to cover distance. If you have an enemy running away from you, or if you want to get close to an enemy without the other enemies being able to just swarm you, if you just aim down your bow and walk forward, you know, assuming that you have enough focus to do it, you can just like hold that and like enemies basically won't move, but you'll move super fast to get to them. So there, we're building combo back up. We've got combo, so now we could have gone and killed him, but our little dude killed him, so good job, little dude. And that is that. That is one of the hardest missions to do without taking damage, just because of all the variables that the game puts in your face there. But that's it, and we can move on.
In all of Mordor, I shall lead my army over a field of broken skulls. Come stand behind me, or let my blade meet your neck.
Queen Marwen's plan has given us great strength.
Strength should not be squandered, but wielded. The Queen will show us how.
Marwen's strategy yields great results. An army of our own to face darkness head-on.
A mirror looking upon itself, ready to be cracked.
We should return to Marwen. She will have more for us. Saruman is one of the Istari. With the power of the ring, he could have built a great army to challenge the Dark Lord.
And that's what we must do. Though one garrison does not an army make.
Yes. We must dominate more war chiefs for a true army. This Torvald does not seem to know his limitations.
He is not one to wait for his fate to come to him. He rushes to meet it.
Okay, so we have another ghoul mission, or focused mission. So what we're going to do is we're going to run in here, and as soon as we get close enough to a ghoul and they go red, I'm just going to start rolling. And again, I'm doing the roll so that I have iframes so that I can't be hit. Now what we have to do for the bonus objective is detonate 5 barrels. That's easy. That's what we're going to do anyways. However, I need to kill 50 ghouls with explosions, which means I can't... basically, I can't kill them any other way, and I wouldn't want to, right? Because any other way would be way too risky in taking damage. Now, what I want to mention is that I roll left, I roll right. I roll left, I roll right. And I'm going to keep doing this until I'm ready to shoot. Whenever I'm ready to shoot, I'm going to roll in one direction twice. And the reason I'm doing that is to outrange the potential of their attack. If I was to roll one direction and then back the other way and then go to shoot, there would inevitably be a ghoul that's literally right on top of me. You can see that right now as I'm going, right? So there would inevitably be one that would be right there that would be able to hit me. And most of the time, they actually will hit you. So I'm going left, right, left, right, left, right, or whatever. And then when I'm ready to attack, I'm doing an extra direction in one direction. That way I'm able to get the hit off and I've outranged their attacks. So that's how you successfully go through that one without taking damage. And I just want to make sure that I point that rule out because it is a rule. If you don't adhere to that, you will likely take damage. But now that that's done, we're going to go pick up some stuff and then we'll move on.
Nani here, Galar Mordor. There is still light to be uncovered within the Land of Shadow.
Walk ain't been seen in a while. Think he's finally caught on. Die.
Alright, so for this mission, basically, it's a stand in place and shoot stuff. It's not very difficult. The bonus objective is don't get hit. Well, that's the challenge we're doing anyways, so that's easy. But basically, we're just going to shoot barrels to kill orcs, and I'm looking at the mini-map to decide what I shoot next, is basically how I approach this. You'll see yellow dots or yellow icons on the mini-map. That'll tell you what you need to shoot. Those are the barrels. You'll see red chevrons. Those are the archers. Find red chevrons that are on top of yellow icons, and that's what you shoot. It's very simple. And once we get 30 of those, we'll be good to move on. Alright, so for this mission, our optional objective, or our bonus objective, it's not optional, is the stealth brand defenders. So defenders are what I've been calling shield bearers. So we have to stealth brand the guys with the shields. So what I do is I kill the ones that are around this outside area, and then we'll stealth strike into this guy. We'll brand him, that'll be 1 of 3. And then we'll go through here in a way that makes sense. And I say that because depending on where you kill the first couple of enemies, the other ones will kind of float towards that. Sometimes it'll pull them, sometimes it'll pull the shield bearers, sometimes it won't. And then you'll have to kind of change up how you deal with it. But what I decided to do here is, since most of them are pulled to the other side, I'm trying to call him this way, so that then I can climb back up and just drop on him. And because there's a big wall here, none of those other enemies will see it. So we're just going to be patient, wait for him to path around. We'll stealth brand him, and then we'll just need one more. Now, it is worth noting that it's very risky to start shooting a bunch of enemies in the head. Especially when they're very close together, because you could get what I described earlier in the run, where they'll just randomly, hey, we see you, even though we don't see you, we see you, and now everyone else knows too. And then that would obviously fail the mission, because you would be detected, so that is the reason why I'm not just shooting all the enemies that are right next to that shield bearer right there. So we shoot one and we wait. If you shoot too rapidly, I find that more often than not, you'll get that condition where they'll just go red. But anyways, we kill the 2 that were around him. Come in, we get him. That takes care of bonus objective. And then all we have to do is kill the rest of them, which now we can pretty much do that however we want. Now, the 2 shield bearers here are looking this direction, which is like a very rare oddity. 90+% of the time, they are looking the other direction towards the bridge. So, RNG in this game is kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. But we'll get this guy, and then that'll be it. Alright, so our bonus objective for this mission is we've got to throw 3 orcs over the ledge. This one's very, very consistent. I basically follow the same path. The configuration of enemies on the backside of this area is sometimes different. But generally speaking, you will get, if you're patient, you'll get 2 guys that you can throw over the sledge. And then what I'll do is after I've thrown 2, I'll climb up and throw the archer that's right above my head. And that'll be the 3rd guy. And then from there, basically I just go in and brutalize everybody to clear out the sections and rescue the slaves. So that's pretty much the gist of this mission. The reason why I throw the archer last is because if I throw the archer first and somebody paths over here, then they'll be like, hey, a dead orc over here, and they'll pull other guys over, and that's not what I want. So I want to be able to control the narrative here. So I want to get 2 guys over the ledge first, then we can go loud after we throw the archer as the final guy. We can go loud, and then I don't care so much about stealth anymore.
We'll have to find a fight somewhere else then. Mordor's a noisy place, and you can ignore the captain. He worries too much. Remember who's in charge. Someone's killed him.
Hello, you there? Come here. Are you really here to save us all? Don't give up. Thank goodness.
The Dark Lord is inside every Udon. Can you hear me? We need help. Don't stop fighting, Winter. Wait, this Uruk's been slain.
I don't have time to worry about it. Dead Uruk.
I hope the killer's gone. I'd rather have something just moved over there. Get over here now! There's been a murder here! This Uruk's dead!
Don't like them ruins. They're creepy. Someone living neither.
Don't leave us!
Where's the...
Dark Lord now. Your creatures deserve everything you give them.
So what I wanted to do here was go after the guy for intel, and I didn't realize I was dropping down onto a bunch of ghouls, and I freaked the fuck out and started running in circles. But anyways, just wanted to point that out in case anyone was confused. Like, why did you drop down and then fucking run in a circle? That's why. So I'm just doing a bunch of brutalizing so that I can grab some of these guys. So this is kind of like a weird thing, and it's happened before in the run, I believe. I just didn't say anything to it. But I have the grab button keybound to the side of my mouse as well as left control, which is by default what it is on PC. And for some reason, sometimes I'll use the button on the mouse and it just won't work. It'll like grab them and then instantly throw them. It won't hold them, even if I'm holding the button. So, really fucking weird. Anyways, the reason why I've been collecting intel, I didn't really speak on it until now, but the reason why I've been collecting intel is because we're gonna have to go brand all these warchiefs, and I will have no choice but to fight them and their lieutenants. I will not have a choice. So it's better to go into those fights knowing what all the weaknesses are so that I have an idea of what options I have available to me. Alright, so for this mission, the sad fact is that I did this wrong. I made this so much harder than it needed to be, and I don't know why. I think I was just like on autopilot and I wasn't thinking, and that's never a good way to do a challenge run. Especially one that's this complicated and RNG dependent. What I should have done is what I'll end up doing for like the other warchiefs is I should have commanded the one I have branded to attack this one, and what that does is it pulls it basically gives you a conflict icon on the map, and you go to that location and you'll basically just be in an open area or a field or something. You'll be in a place where it's just your people versus their people, not you trying to do something in a stronghold. And for whatever reason, my mind just went fucking blank here and I didn't do that. And I think that's one of the reasons why I was like, what am I supposed to do here? I don't remember this 100%. And the reason for that is, the first half of the game, you have to go into strongholds. You have to do that for the warchiefs. In the second half of the game, the mechanic changes, and you have more options available to you to do these things in a different manner. And yeah, so I made this way fucking harder than it needed to be, so there's really nothing to speak to here. What I was trying to do was brand everything in the area so that when I kill the required enemies to call in the warchief, this area is mine. Like, I fucking own this area. And then I could go through my normal checklist, morgue flies, fire, explosives, Caragors, whatever, right? And then ultimately, if I need to fight them, I fight them, whatever. But yeah, like in the moment, I wasn't thinking. And this is about the dumbest fucking way to do this. So if you're doing this run, do what I do on all the other warchiefs. Don't do what I do on this warchief and make your life hell and much harder than it needs to be. So that's all I'll say for that. I feel like I remember this being pretty fucking badass the way that I pull this off. But yeah, feel free to skip past this if you want or watch it. But it does take quite a while for me to set this up and get this going. As memory serves me, I believe this took a while. So anyways, I'm rambling now. Whatever. That's all I'll say about that, and I'll pop back in on the next one.
Wraith just rats. I was looking forward to testing my blade. Right, you must have been right. Definitely. But stay alert, just in case. Nothing but a bunch of weirdos. Don't give boy some Uruk are scared by him. I thought I heard something. The best kind of slave is a fat one, with lots of meat on his bones. Never saw this can't live 3 times his body weight. He don't deserve to live. Just my imagination, I suppose. Back to work then. Back to work, all of you! I saw what the Grave Walker did to them explosives. Set them off with a single shot, and now there's been... Ah! It isn't just about how much you train. You either have the skills deep in your blood, or you don't. Die now! If he was here, it's not now!
Glook.
Watch the men, folks!
Grisha.
We get to kill him over and over again. Best traitor there is. What's in these barrels anyway? Chase him down! Quick, to the beacon! One of you lot like the beacon!
Keep an eye on the humans. If they dig up any artifacts, grab it from them quick before they
If you want to flay someone alive, you have to do it yourself. That talk was too scared to stick around. I see him! The ranger! Go on! Bring him to me! A corpse! And it's one of us! Hey, the Graug's been blown up! The leader of those escaped slaves will need her dead first. They're growing too strong.
Rook-doog.
Weak as a babe. Ranger! I'm gonna line one of those shields with your flayed skin. Did you hear that? Don't waste my time trying again! Give up! Kill me while you still can, you glob!
Stones luminous as if they were cast from light.
I don't care if the risk.
Alright, so for this mission, our bonus objective is to stealth brand orcs. Not a big deal. We're primarily going to do that on archers, because I'm going to stay above the sight line of enemies on the ground for the most part. So we'll do that on archers, and for this first location,
Whatever he wants.
We're gonna explode the fire here. That's not gonna kill everyone, but it will kill enough of them. And while, you know, they're dealing with that and repositioning, I'm gonna drop, get this item, and then we're gonna move back up, and I'm gonna basically stealth strike this guy. We'll go ahead and brand him, so we're 2 of 5, and then I'll finish the one guy that's down here, and we'll move on.
They must know that she will risk everything to protect their queen.
She knows without the keystone, the arch will fall.
Now I know I'm leaving an object back there again. We'll get that on another mission. So I released the Caragor here. I've never done that before, actually. I just kind of like, oh, that might be a good distraction, because every other time I've come down and branded this guy, this archer, everybody sees me and goes red alert, like, immediately. So I was like, oh, there's a Caragor there. Let me just grab that, or let me put that out on the field as a distraction, and then, you know, I can kill all of them and then go. What I didn't realize was that when you call the like when you bring the Caragor into this area, it now counts as another enemy you have to kill. And so that's why I was turned around and was like, wait a second, what? I'm confused. Not a big deal. We'll just get onto him, we'll brand him, and then we can just immediately kill him. That'll be the safest way to do that. So I just wanted to point out why it looked like I was confused, and that's why I was confused, because I'd never done that before, and it was just kind of like a spur-of-the-moment decision. So a little bit of experimentation there. Alright, so this will be the last guy that we need to brand for the bonus objective. We'll brand him, I'll turn around, we're going to hit the Morgue Flies. This will be the exact same every single time. But we'll hit the Morgue Flies, that'll chase everyone else away except for the captain. And then we'll drop on him. What I should have done there was actually shot him in the head, but the game bugged. Sometimes, for whatever reasons, when you go to like hit the left click, it just won't work. And that was one of the times there. The reason I was going to shoot him in the head was to stop the dialogue. If I shot him in the head and then did the stun flurry, we wouldn't have gotten a dialogue there.
It's reflected in the eyes of,
but whatever, it worked out either way, and now we'll move on.
Fear.
Pull us up on the ridge so I had a real good view of the battle. Well, they looked like Gravewalker didn't even break a sweat.
Alright, so the point of all that I was doing was to get this Caragor without drawing in the entire stronghold. And so now that we have this Caragor, I'm going to go in a pretty specific route to do some stuff, and then we'll move on to the next objective.
I was coming back from a hunt, and I heard something weird.
Pay attention!
is coming will engulf all Middle-earth.
Many powers are moving their pieces into place.
Did you hear that? Take that slave!
Every creature here seems to live to slaughter every other.
And every one of them will learn to fear us above all. These Eldar towers. The past.
The hunt is its own beast, one you must learn to tame. First lesson of Caragor hunting: do not die.
What do we need them for?
We ride them. A worthy mount for a dangerous hunt. Now, these beasts will not be impressed by your rank. All flesh tastes the same to them. Once you go on the hunt, Captain, you'll come out a changed man. Hopefully for the better, but you never know. When I was hunting wargs, I picked up their ways.
All right, so as soon as Torvin does this line of dialogue and jumps down over the ledge, what you want to do is you want to drop down and then run over to this area, which is where the next objective is going to kick in. And what you want to do is you want to shoot one of these Caragors and then turn the fuck around and run up this cliff. So the reason I'm doing this is because the game wants you to dodge it and learn the counter and do all that. But it's easier just to drop on top of them using the ability to tame Caragors from high ground that we've been using the entire run. So if you do it in that manner, it will happen that way always, every single time. Once we have the Caragor, we're going to run into this cave, we're going to pick up this item, then we're going to go back out and get on our Caragor. And then we'll continue on.
There will be no medals for us, Celebrimbor. No honor or glory.
That's about the same time it took me to tame one.
We must keep folk alive long enough for them to have that chance.
You didn't fare too bad back there. Where'd you get your training, Captain?
I hail from the Black Gate.
The Black Gate. Nice place. Sounds depressing. Let's find some Uruks. Now that you tame the beast, let's see if it...
Okay, so now that I've got that item, I've got to get back on the Caragor quickly and get ahead or catch up to Torvin. Because now we're going to enter into our bonus objective, which is that I have to kill more orcs than him, which generally is not a problem. I like to do this on the ground. I find that that is much easier to pull off, that I can kill things quicker on the ground than with the Caragor. And generally we come out, for the most part, I come out of this at a 7-3 or 7-2, something like that, 6-3, something like that. Point being, generally I'm double over Torvin when I come out of this by doing this on the ground. And then as long as we're ahead of him here, like we'll be ahead of him no matter what, to be honest with you. Okay, so I came out of this when I was 6-4, alright, whatever. But because the next couple of enemies we're basically going to kill with range, and then we'll kill some enemies with fire, with one of the campfire explosions, we're almost guaranteed to always be ahead of him. So if you don't want to fight the enemies there on the ground and you just want to stay on the Caragor, because if you're on the Caragor you can't personally take damage. Your Caragor will always take damage, then you can do that. You should always be ahead of him if you follow my example here. But anyways, that'll take care of the bonus objective as we go through this. And the rest of it's fairly self-explanatory. Just follow my example and you should be able to get through this without any issue.
That fire better not set my beard alight. Kill the cannibal! Captain, you got the basics down. Now let's take on a fresh batch. We'll find another camp. Put you to a final test. Fight him however you like.
No, running short on lessons?
Running long on lip? You'll need to think on your feet. When we face the Graug, can't always look to me for help. The hunt is about discipline. Training yourself to see the perfect moment, rather than being told it. I once tracked a grey eagle back to her nest. I decided to let them be, even before they tossed me to the road.
After a battle, I need food and
Seems I lost track. Lucky you! There's something wrong with your blade! You missed one! Stop him before he gets reinforcements!
Break the chains of the Dark Lord. Torvin is too quiet. Something must be wrong.
Go to him, Talion. Perhaps we should track the hunter.
you'll make a nice meal, dwarf.
Torvin needs help.
I thought I heard something.
I see the ranger!
That's what brings the hunt. Just so you know, I had him.
What does riding carry? This dwarf is far from home.
Not all those who wander are lost.
freedom.
Somebody sneaking around? Catch that slave! This is your end.
Nani here, Gelar Mordor.
Them rumors about the talk coming back to life are just what we need. We get to kill him over.
Alright, so for this mission we have to brand 6 enemies without raising an alarm. What you see here is the best way and the quickest way to do this. And this will happen the exact same way every single time. So we'll self-strike up here, we'll brand these 2 guys, and then just follow my example to brand the next 4. And then we can move on to the next phase of this mission. Alright, so what we want to do now is, as soon as we have the ability to shoot, we want to shoot at the flames, and then we want to drop down and brutalize these guys. Unfortunately, I fucked up, and I stayed here for way too long, and they've got the red icons on them. So I can't actually execute the brutalize, and I didn't realize it in the moment. So what I needed to do there was back off, let them go yellow, and then drop down and brutalize, and I fucked it up. But generally what you'd want to do is explode the flames, then brutalize, and that would, you know, scare off everyone else that was around, and you would complete that pretty quick. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to run around and get a bunch of stuff here, because I don't want to get it later. And it makes more sense for the no damage run to get it now, because there are 0 enemies here. In every area where I need to get an item, there are no enemies. Whereas later on, when we do other missions in this stronghold, there will be enemies. So from a variable risk perspective, it makes more sense to just get everything now, or get everything that I can now, versus later. So I'm going to run around and do that, and then I'll talk to getting Lithiriel out of the stronghold without taking damage.
There are stories and fates more bitter than ours within Mordor.
Those who gave in to despair, who abandoned all hope of redemption. That is not our fate.
I caught Deerhire puffing on that pipeweed once. He raided the garrison pantry and consumed a week's worth of field rations.
Human minds and appetites are a mystery to my people.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and kill these 2 guys before we pick up Lithiriel and start moving forward. Now, once we see all the icons come into the map, we're going to get a bunch of branded guys that are going to come in and help us. But really what I want to do here is I want to kill shield bearers. I want to kill anyone with a bow, things like that, if at all possible first. And then we want to deal with everyone else. Now, I don't necessarily have to do that here because I'm fully upgraded essentially on Focus and Elf Shot. So we can kind of just shoot everybody in the head and move on. But you'll notice that I did Stealth Brand, my Stealth Brand again there. That's just to make sure that I have full Elf Shot for the next section. So we'll pick up Lethariel, we'll keep moving, and we'll get wave number 2 coming in soon.
You have the warrior spirit. I've never met a fighter with such vigor for battle.
I have no choice. In the face of darkness, it is our duty to bring light.
Treachery! The pigskin is long.
So for wave 2, essentially we're just going to use the environment to take care of these guys. So I'm going to go ahead and shoot the barrel to take out the ones that I can there. And then we'll look left, we'll shoot the morgue flies to hopefully take out the rest of them. And then I should only have like 2 guys to my left at this point. So we'll kill one and then Stealth Brand the other one if at all possible.
I could take you.
Alright, so we have our Elf Shot nearly full, and we can move on to the final section.
My leg is broken, not my spirit. The Tower of Sauron interrogated me on your whereabouts, but I did not betray you.
Then you have proven my faith.
As you now prove mine.
Alright, so once the final enemies spawn in, what we're going to do is we're going to move forward quickly, and we're going to shoot the morgue fly nest, and that'll take care of the ones in the front. And then we'll have about 5, if I remember correctly, to our top left. We'll kill these guys just with regular headshots, and then we'll be good to move on and finish the mission.
Storm the past few days. You know what that means? More weapons, more slaughter. Our warriors deserve more than they get.
Agreed. It's always the berserkers who get the Graug. Or the archers.
Nani here Gelar Mordor.
These cannibals are always...
Lethariel and her men will not survive Mordor.
Alright, so for this mission, we basically have the bonus objective of attraction again. We have to attract enemies and kill them to our position. The way that I like to do that is, instead of going into the cave where the actual like slaves are that you have to save, I find it's easier to do the attraction on the enemies here in the stronghold and then go to the cave. Just because of how clumped up the enemies in the cave are, it can be very, very tricky to do them in the cave. So you basically would have to do a much slower pulling each individual one out of the cave, and it just makes it more of a headache than you need. So I find it's just a lot easier to do it here. So we'll do this here, and then we'll go in, and I'll talk to the last little bit inside the cave, because it can get a little complicated.
I'll smell something. I don't know what them strange towers are, but they did a right number on Stakuga. Captain had to put him out of his misery.
I think something just moved.
Thanks to the Ranger. More that can be killed by their own kind than we've killed.
Graug right. If the Grey Walkers ride him, then so should we.
I like the sound of that.
All together.
Clearly, or he wouldn't have been torn apart by a caracal.
Submit! The courage of men, indeed. Ha. Over there! Movement!
Thank goodness.
That talk knew he couldn't step up to me. Taste my blade!
Now's our best chance.
All right, so for the last slave, when you walk in this room, you will like automatically spawn ghouls. And the best way I found to deal with this is to use the Dagger ultimate or skill, whatever you want to call it, to where we go invisible. So we're going to come up, we're going to free him, and then we're going to run. And what I should have done, honestly, was probably wait to pop it. But it doesn't really matter. I make it out just fine. But you can see on the minimap there were ghouls spawning in. We really don't want to fight those, so I found that that's the best way to do it, and so that would be my suggestion to get through it. Alright, so for this mission, our bonus objective is we have to execute defenders, which are the shield bearers, as I've been calling them. So the way that I start this is I kill one to pull them all together, and then we're going to Shadow Strike into the defender to knock him down, and then I'm going to build combo on all the other guys. And then if I do this right, we can turn around while he's on the ground and kill him, and that's one of two. And then for everyone else, we can kill them however we need to kill them. Generally, I do that by just using daggers to build combo, and then doing executions on them. Alright, so we'll move on, and again, it's going to be the exact same thing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill pretty much all of the heavy guys. There's a lot of heavies here. There's usually not that many heavies here. So I've got 2 enemies left. Kill that archer. That archer will always be there. So all those elf shot kills was able to bring me up to 5 there, so I was able to execute him immediately. And then we finished this area off. Now, what I should have done there was I should have drained him for elf shot. I didn't do that, and I was like, fuck, I need elf shot. So I was running around trying to find elf shot, and then I was like, oh, there's one back here. Just look at the map. So I'll grab this elf shot, and now I don't care. What I want to do now is just headshot everybody. I don't even want to go down there. I just want to shoot everybody in the head from a safe distance, and we'll do that basically for every single area that's remaining. and then we'll be done.
Should have seen the size of the fish the cook was hanging up. He came to the fishery from Udoon, so he probably don't even know how to cook a fish.
Alright, so for this mission, it's very straightforward. The bonus objective is to let Caragors kill things. So we'll shoot all the meats, we'll call all the Caragors in, and then I'm going to look off to the right because the Caragors never go these enemies. So I'm just going to go ahead and kill these myself. And then we'll just wait and basically let the Caragors do what they do. And we'll kill whatever we can kill in the meantime. And then once they're done killing stuff, we'll clean up whatever remains and then this one will be done. Okay, so for our next one, we have a bonus objective of killing enemies from above. And the way that I like to do that is to start with this one on the left. And I'm going to target the defenders, this defender specifically, because I want to kill him and then leave. I'm not going to kill all of these enemies from above, but I am going to call this one over to this specific location. Then I'm going to ledge hang and kill him from here. And because I've pulled him back and there's that cart there, it kind of hides my silhouette so they don't see me. Now we're going to move around here to the left and we'll kill this one from above, from this like dock area or whatever that is. And then I'm going to stealth strike up to this guy, just so I'm on this high ground here. And then we'll have our final one that we need for the bonus objective directly underneath. I'm going to go ahead and kill that guy since he's looking for me. And then we're going to kill the guy that's right behind our target here, so he doesn't alert everybody. We'll kill this one. That takes care of the bonus objective. And then we have two more that we have to kill. Now I want to note that this is stealth kill. So we can't just like headshot these guys and then move on. If you do that, you'll just fail the mission. So we have to stealth kill these guys, so just follow what I do here, and you should be able to get through the rest of this without any issues. Alright, so we're going to have another a small grind here for the Outcast missions. So we're going to be clearing this one, going back to the tower, clearing this one, going back to the tower, etc. And then we'll move on.
There was enough. A prisoner. He distracted the guard.
So, what backward lesson do you have planned this time, eh? Shooting Bane to prepare us for the mighty Graug?
You want to hunt Graug? Then so you shall. But not just any Graug. This is a rare one. It's territorial, strong enough to claim land as its own. And you and me, we're trespassing. Tell me, Captain, you ever slay a Graug before?
Today will be the
Okay, so for this mission, as soon as we get this cutscene-ish focus with the camera on the Graug, I'm going to turn to the right, and I'm going to kill the enemies that are over here by exploding the fire. Now, sometimes one of these guys will be a shield bearer, so obviously he won't die from the explosion. You'll have to headshot him. But it does make this sequence go a little bit faster and keeps it more consistent when you kill them ahead of time. So we want to kill all of those enemies, and then we're going to move over here. And what will happen is we'll get pulled into the cutscene, and the Graug will automatically kneel and start eating. If we don't do that, then what will happen is he can kill the orcs and turn in a way such that he's staring at you, basically. And then you have to kind of wait for him to reposition and turn around so that you can sneak up on him. So that's why I do that. Highly suggest doing that if you're doing this one. Now once we bleed the heal here, I'm going to turn around and climb to the high ground here. And then I'm going to look in a very specific direction. And the reason I'm doing that is because the Caragors that are going to spawn in are going to spawn in based on the position of your camera angle. So I want these Caragors to spawn in off camera. And by standing in this position, I only get one that will ever spawn in to the right of me. And he'll run right through this like valley or whatever, or this trench, and I'll be able to jump on him and then move off. So that is consistent, and that will happen every single time, just like that, if you follow my example there. Now for the rest of this, it'll just be as the game, tells you, just do what the prompts tell you, the tutorial, etc. And I'll chime back in once we're on the Graug.
What's step 4? There is no step 4. It should be dead. You must have done it wrong.
I'm following your orders.
Well, that's your problem. Think for yourself.
I have an idea.
What are you doing? You can't ride a Graug. Now that's a hunter.
Okay, so our bonus objective here is that we have to eat 3 orcs. Very, very simple. This mission by itself is the reason why I decided that beast enemies, whatever you want to call it, that you dominate, do not count against the run when you take damage. Because there's literally no way to do this bonus objective without taking damage. You have to be on him to eat the orcs, and you will take damage no matter what. So this was the main driver of why I decided not to do that. And also because, draining a Caragor, for example, to get elf shot back is a very useful tactic for a lot of different things. So, but yeah, once you eat 3 of them, just smash buttons and you'll kill everybody, and you'll move on.
Seemed to touch that dwarf.
The 7 rings of power did not turn the dwarf kings to wraiths, as the 9 rings did to man. They are as stubborn as stone and cannot be dominated by evil. That is why Sauron has sworn to destroy them.
Okay, so for this mission we have to stealth brand 5 orcs. And this is fairly simple to do. Now, for whatever reason, the game bugged. You could hear it there. Well, my brand sound effect is just not working anymore. That sucked. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to leap from above and brand that guy, and it just wouldn't let me. Which kind of threw this whole thing off. Because normally I would have gotten that guy, and I did not. And then for the guy that I pinned to the ground, what I would have done was stealth strike into him, and then do the technique to fool the system into thinking that I was able to do a stealth attack, and I would have stealth branded him.
Them slave masters at the mines need to work.
Fortunately, that didn't go my way, so it is what it is. But this one's not really that difficult. It's basically getting the stealth brands, and then after that, we're just going to go full aggro in everybody with Brutalize to clear the areas so that I can release the slaves.
Just the wind, I suppose.
Well, it was something, and it better stay away!
Nani here, Galar Mordor.
I ain't afraid of no category. Next one I see, I'm gonna learn to ride it. You shouldn't be afraid of them. Just one of them could tear you apart. Very good lad. You're best away. You can take this.
Those prisoners up ahead. They're close to death.
Right. Oh, and it's one of us. After we finish beating you, we're gonna go hunt down your friends. Your plan was for nothing. Your friends ran and left you behind. They aren't coming back. They don't care for you at all.
Ranger, did you see them? Did the others make it? I'm going back to see if I can help Morg get out.
Is there nothing these Uruk will not desecrate?
For them, beauty exists only to be destroyed.
Boss is sure the Grey Walkers in this area. They're all good enough to kill that rat. They've been rolling around here forever.
Okay, so for this mission, our bonus objective is the challenge run. Don't take damage. So, very simple. My approach for this one is more like the other ones. We don't really have an objective here other than don't get hit, right? So I'm just going to go in and brutalize everybody that's in and around the slaves so that I can clear the areas quickly and then release them. We'll do that for all three and then we'll move on.
There are more of us up ahead. Please help them.
We'll make it exotic for you. The slaves all over Mordor. Hear your screams.
Thanks aplenty, stranger.
Was work too hard? Master's whip too painful? I'll get you something to really complain about.
I thought the beatings would never end.
Alright, so this is a fun, easy one here. So our bonus objective here is we have to pin orcs. Like, pin their foot. So basically what we're going to do is we're just going to run straight forward. I'm going to pin every single orc. And then we're going to run away. Because while they're pinned, it'll give the Graug time to catch up to them. And then he will kill everybody. And we want to make sure that we're far enough away that he doesn't aggro onto us once he kills them all. So that's that one. Very, very easy.
Askar, a journey. Complete. Its strength is at the summit.
Nobody's gonna come save you. So you practice in killing the enemy.
Alright, our bonus objective for this one is throwing orcs over ledges, and let me tell you guys, I don't think I've ever done this in practice or in an actual run where I didn't alert the entire fucking area. I just could never find like an actual like good way to do this one, like around stealth. So I wanted to throw that orc, and then the game just was like, oh, there's a guy over there, go free him instead. And then I throw the orc, and the fucker doesn't go over the ledge. And that pulls the entire fucking area, and then I'm running around. And this one's just always a disaster. Like, I don't even know what to say to this one. Like, I don't even know what to tell you guys about this one. Just fucking grab 5 orcs, throw their ass over, and then brutalize them to clear the area so you can rescue the slaves. This one's so stupid. So I pinned this guy on the ground just so I can throw him in a second. So that's good. They actually go over the ledge that time. Anyways, I don't really have much more to talk to on this one. We'll throw 2 more guys over and then brutalize the rest of them to free the slaves.
I heard the ranger only comes when you say his name. Call to him again, slave. Let's see.
Think of all the... I hope the ranger comes back. Did you see that? I think it was man. Next time, ranger, I'm off get you.
I knew it. You're... True hero, Ranger. Perhaps the last one left alive in Mordor. I will tell your tale.
Alright, so for this mission, our bonus objective is going to be killing enemies, 5 enemies if I remember correctly, with Caragor bites. So we'll mount the Caragor, and this one's very simple. This is very, very simple. They basically give you everything you need here. So the way that I approach this is I run in, I kill everything that's not like just a regular enemy. And then generally speaking, I'll just pin the ones that I want to the ground. I think I do 3 here. I keep 3 alive. And I'll pin them all to the ground, and then go in and you know, get the 3 Caragor bites here. Alright, so that'll take care of 3 of 5. I'm going to stop briefly, grab this this item, and then we'll continue on. And I'll do the same thing on the next one. I'll get 2 of them, and then on the last one, we just go in and kill everybody. So that'll be that. That'll round out the bonus objective and the overall mission.
After a battle, I need food and grog.
So something I want to point out here, I haven't really been talking to the hunting challenges or the gathering challenges because they're fairly self-explanatory. I did want to talk to this one. This is the only place that I could find where consistently this specific Caragor would spawn. So as soon as I get done with that other mission, basically I look this direction, I find him, and then I start killing the Caragors around him, because this one's like a pack leader. So the other Caragors will basically just follow him around, which means that I can't kill him, because as soon as I kill him, then I'm going to be on the ground with a bunch of Caragors, and then they're going to look at me and want to fight me. So I make it a point to kill all of them, and then I'll go to like the next mission, and I'll kill this one right before we start that, and that'll complete that hunting challenge, and then we'll be on the next one, which I believe is a Ghoul Matron. Alright, so our bonus objective here is to Shadow Strike 2 enemies. Very, very simple. Now with this mission, you cannot be detected and you have to be close. So all I'm going to say for this one is follow exactly what I do and you will get through this mission without any issue. And that's all I'll say to that.
Remember when you was bragging about being able to dodge an arrow? Shut up.
Look, don't call me crazy, but I heard them strange sounds again. We heard them too. Scared the shrock out of the slaves. The Dark Lord. Who do you think would be best to fight in a duel? An elf or a wizard?
Okay, so for this one, very straightforward, very similar to what we did a couple of missions ago, where we have to kill enemies with Caragors for the bonus. So what I do is we have somebody we have to free here. So we're going to kill everybody in the area. I'm going to leave one alive, and we're going to grab the Caragor. So we're going to pin this guy, leave him alive. We're going to free this guy. And then we're going to grab the Caragor, we're going to shoot the cage, we'll Shadow Strike onto him, and then we'll go kill the guy that we pinned. And that'll be 1 of 5 for the Caragors, or for the optional objective to get kills with the Caragor. From here, basically what I do is I'm just looking for people. 90% of the time there's a guy down here by himself. So I always look at the mini-map, and if there's a guy down here, I'll deviate down here to kill him. And then we're going to go to the next objective and just look. Is there anybody I can kill? If there is, then we'll do it. So for here, I'm just going to kill everybody. I know the shield bearer won't die. So I'm going to look to break his shield, knock him down, and we'll kill him. That'll be 3 of 5, and then we'll move on to the next objective. And we'll get our kills there. And then after that happens, basically, once the bonus objective is done, I'm just killing people with headshots, essentially. We'll run in, we'll explode some stuff, kill whatever we can, and then finish whatever we don't get with headshots.
Get the Caragor fast!
There are others who need you. Please find them.
These spiders are crawling out of the walls. They have an evil look.
The children of Ungoliant. They devour light in their endless hunger.
Cut me down. This pain will kill me.
There are others nearby. Please help me.
save us all. Don't give up.
I've seen him! After it!
Okay, so we're going to deviate a little bit before the next mission, and we're going to go into another, I guess, section of Outcasts mission grinding. So we'll do these until there's no more in the area, and then we'll proceed to the next mission.
It's the top!
Please save my friend. Thank goodness.
Okay, so for this mission, it's fairly straightforward. Our bonus objective here is gonna be, again, the no damage run, right? Don't get hit. However, we do have to rescue slaves, and the way that we're going to go about rescuing the slaves, I do it in a very specific order, in a very specific way. So I'm not going to really talk to anything else on this mission. This mission's very, very consistent, and I've done it the same way every single time for many, many runs. So just follow what I do here, and you should be able to get through this without any issue.
Close to death. I'll be too busy racking up my own body count. Fine.
We'll see who gets the most when it's over.
Watching you try to run in that heavy armor. No!
I'm gonna toss this heavy. Swallow that toss him into the sea, eh?
Over here! Help me!
Ranger, thank you. Our friends are nearby.
There were more warriors coming here to join us.
Right.
Help! Wait. We can't rescue our friends alone. Will you help?
Help us, please! There are more of us up ahead. Please help them.
Oh, the talk's trickery turning Uruk on Uruk. Who got a good mind to kill the lot of you before you turn on me? Why'd you steal those helmets and boots? You got little slave heads, little slave feet. Stupid! You will obey!
What were we thinking, stealing armor?
You should thank me for teaching you a lesson.
Thank you.
Probably.
Alright guys, so for this mission, there's really not a whole lot to talk to here. The bonus objective is get 20 stealth kills. It's very, very straightforward. The way that you do that is very much dependent on RNG. There are a couple of things you can do to make it easier on yourself. You can try what I did there to distract them. God, that was so close to hitting me. You can try what I did there to distract them. And sometimes they'll all turn and look at that area that you were pinging, and then you can just kind of like walk through them one at a time from behind. But point being on this one, get 20 stealth kills. After that, brutalize everybody to clear the areas around slaves, and complete the mission.
Tell us again about how you killed that ranger filth.
Shut your face! I ain't giving you the satisfaction. If you killed him, how come he killed a bunch of us just yesterday? Wait, over there! Did you see that? Look, there's been a murder! All right, enough. killer's long gone at this rate. You hear that? There! Take him down! Turn that sword!
Don't leave us!
Seems the Warchief's easy ride is done.
Suppose the king's
That's right. Just for that. Just keep your eyes peeled. The escape forces get too gutsy with their attacks lately. They could come for us at any moment.
Cut me down or kill me. I don't care which. You weren't alone. Please, find our friends.
Get over here now!
There are others who need you. Please, find them.
You like fighting? Maybe I'll cut you down and we can have a war. Just wait!
There are others nearby. Please help, Ranger. Break the chains of...
Got no bloody soul.
Did I just hear something?
Just press it.
What a waste of time. A waste of skills. What was that?
I dare that ranger to jump down on me from up. My eyes peeled.
But call out if you see him. I'll fill him full of arrows, so we'll be dead.
I'll get He's close. I can smell him.
Listening in on.
Are you really here to save us all? Don't give up.
If it had been me, slave, I would have killed you on the spot. Slaver must be getting soft.
I thought I heard something.
Okay, so for this mission, guys, this one's kind of a pain in the ass. You have to do this one so carefully and so slowly. So our bonus objective is to cause orcs to kill other orcs, which means we have to brand them and then get them to fight. However, we're doing that in a stronghold, which means that anytime there is conflict, open conflict, someone is going to be running to trigger the alarm. On top of that, as you can see there, there's also named enemies in the area, because it's a stronghold. So this is a very, very, very tricky one to do. And the best way that I found to do this is to brand 1 or 2 enemies, activate them, and then run up to all the other enemies and shoot them in the leg and pin them in place. Basically make it so that your orcs are uncontestable. The enemy can't fight you because they're pinned to the ground, right? And so your guys can just go in and beat the shit out of them and kill them. Now what you have to do right after this is once your orcs kill the enemy orcs, you need to kill your orcs. Because if you leave your orcs, they will wander off, they'll get in a fight somewhere away from you, and then someone over there will trigger an alarm that you're not able to stop. So basically you're playing an escort mission where you have your orcs and you're kind of escorting them around and getting them to be able to do what they need to do for the bonus objective. And then once they do that, you're killing them, you're going to another area and rinsing and repeating that. So that's this entire mission, and that's all I'll say on that one. It does take a while to do, and you have to be very, very cautious and move very, very slowly. But it's doable, and as long as you just keep 1 or 2 guys, you'll be fine.
Uruk would never let themselves be slaves.
Agree. I'd rather chop off my own head than have that happen.
Be my sword.
Do you hear that? Heard you, sir! Don't move! Oh, Sauron! Kill the left aid. I see you!
So where is that Tark scum, eh? Oh, he's here.
You know what I reckon? I reckon I hate every single one of you nuggets.
Wait! I smell something.
Protect my name!
I don't have time to worry about it.
traitor! Betrayed! Gotta light the beacon! I've gotta warn the others! That Uruk was a waste of space anyway. The killer's fled by now.
Surrender your will!
Nobody liked him anyway. Time to
Serve my will!
I'm not searching anymore. My kill! Alright, enough lollygagging. The killer's more gone at this rate. The captain said to get a bunch of
I saw
slaves
something
and stop
there!
digging. I got orders to get a pile again. The signal. Hold the ranger here! He's fighting us! Stay put! Enough! The killer's Good thing we found your weapons. You could have taken out an army of halflings. Many thanks, Ranger.
Fight for me!
You make yourself some pointy sticks and you think that makes you a warrior? You're still just a
My eyes are yours!
forsake the shadow!
Thank you.
Someone's killed him! Foolish slave! If I put me weapon down, I can still... You hear that? We're free!
You make weapons, we break weapons.
Thank goodness you're here. Help me. Thank you.
Suffer me now!
You've got to save us. They broke my weapons.
The old captain came close to begging for his life when he saw the execution in that.
Alright, so for the final Outcast mission that we're going to do for now, bonus objective is simple, inspire an Uprising. That's a new one, right? What the hell does that mean? Basically, free one of these guys and you'll be good. Is basically what it is. So, I generally am able to free 2 of these. As soon as you free the first one, enemies will start spawning in the area. As soon as you free the second one, kill everything that's not a basic enemy. And then once you can confirm that everything else is a basic enemy, all you want to do here is just combat brand. Combat brand, combat brand. So you're throwing daggers and you're combat branding, because if you can get more enemies on your side, eventually the remaining enemies will just freak the fuck out and run off. I don't necessarily think that's due to you branding people. I think that's more due to the number of enemies that are no longer enemies and the slaves like beating the shit out of them. So, but this has been the best way that I found to do it. So right there, they're running now. I kill them just to make sure that they can't, interact with me in any way. And then once the arena is clear, then I run over and free the other guys. And the other slaves will also free some of them too, and sometimes they free more than other times you do it. This time they freed everybody except for one, so that was kind of cool. But now we're going to enter into our basically our Warchief section, right? So in the last zone hours ago, we killed a bunch of Warchiefs, right? We do not want to do that now. We want to brand all the Warchiefs. And what I told you guys earlier on that first Warchief was, hey, I fucked up. I shouldn't have done it that way. I wasn't thinking. This is how I should have done it. Basically bringing a branded Warchief and giving them an order to basically go against another one. And when we do that, it's going to unlock a new mission that we can go to where it will pull the 2 factions, my branded Warchief's faction versus whoever I just pitted him against. And it will bring them 2 together in an open area that is not in a stronghold. And that is, in my opinion, for the no damage run, the best way to go about doing this section where you have to brand the various war chiefs. Now, all along the way, leading up to this point, I've been gathering intel on all the war chiefs, lieutenants, captains, whatever. And it was in preparation for these missions where I am going to be bringing in a bunch of enemies into a space, and I need to know the best way to defeat them, essentially. So that's what you're going to see. There are some times where I'll just go straight after one of the named enemies. There are other times where I'll kill all of the enemies, the regular enemies first, and then deal with those. So for example, I know that this guy is vulnerable to stealth. So the first thing I'm going to do is get him off the board. Boom, he's dead. Out. From here, the next thing I need to do is I need to kill everybody. I need to get everything that is a threat out of the board, like off the board. I need ranged enemies gone. I need shield bearers gone. Any like berserkers with the double axes, I need them gone. I need everything off the board except for the named enemies and my allies, or whatever you want to call them. And then from there, I'm just going to go down the order of enemies. If they're fighting the war chief and the lieutenant or whatever is not fighting, I'm going to go after him. If it's vice versa, then I'm going to go after the war chief. I'm going after whatever is safest. Whether I kill these guys or brand them, it doesn't matter. Now I know that guy just headbutted me. It doesn't do damage to you. Unlike the normal attack, like if you attack a double, like a berserker, if you attack them, then they'll headbutt you and it will do damage. So that one does not count. I just want to point that out, because I know somebody, if I didn't point that out, would be like, dude, what the hell, you just took damage. Like, no, I didn't, dude. Like, why did I actually hit that guy? Like, what was that? So I generally try to brand these guys. It doesn't always work. But sometimes when you get low health, it will work. Like right here, I believe it works. There we go. So, so that's what you're going to see. I'm going to go around now, and I'm going to do this for all of them. So I'm not going to commentate all of them, because the approach is the exact same. So I will chime back in on the back end of us branding everybody and moving on with the 100% run, which will have me going to the next zone.
Follow your orders, and remember your training for once. The tower's back, so act like it. See them, Caragor? I'm gonna get them. Some fighting practice with them. Es bueno o guau. Uruks are trained to kill very painfully. Which is your favorite Uruk? Or save him for last? Make him scream!
Ishmaz.
That's my blade! You think I can't? Hey! When Uruk stand together, nothing can beat us. Take that! Hey! Are you mad, Ranger? What could possess you to attack here? No, not this time! Make it quick! You're not the killer that I am! Like a bit of Uruk fighting Uruk, do you? Come on then, join in! Die now! That man-filth has turned so many Uruk against us. It's getting hard to know who the fuck is in Valandor. happens, at least there will be lots of pain. You and your pathetic mob don't stand a chance.
Serve my will.
Down the traitor! Hey! What do you think you are? What? What? Looking at me? I'll bleed you! You monstrous, filthy demon! I hope you die! Time to die slow as a day is long. How did he do that? Just try to fight back.
Stay still, my heart. The wound is deep.
How the categories work.
Alright, so we've made it back to the first zone, and I need to enter into another power grind. I need to access the final tier of our abilities, specifically for an ability that will allow me to complete one of the side missions. So we're gonna have to go through another power grind. This power grind will happen the exact same way as the first one. Every single one of these guys I'll run away from. I don't think at least if memory serves me, I don't think I go and try to kill any of these guys. I think I just run away from every one of them. But once the power grind is over, I have my abilities and we start doing the side missions to complete this zone 100%. I'll chime back in.
Get in there and fight, and no meat for you! will kill you until you so dead you can't be alive!
You're filth! Dirty, stinking, rotten, fetid bother!
We're allies! Escaping slave! Die, worm! Get that slide! No man or Uru can face me. Only a beast would dare. You've earned this, lads. We all have.
Stay alert! I've been attacked out here before. Trying to ambush us! Go get 'em!
Worst thing about the pigskins is the way they always act tired. Lazy globs.
Had someone road building detail. Starting to collapse after just 10 hours of heavy labor. No more of this! Which way were we going?
Fix me weapons properly.
Do you want to follow me? Or do you want to fight? Don't matter none to me.
I follow no one.
It's your lucky day. Join me and I won't break your legs.
Leave me alone.
He's betrayed us.
Alright, so for our bonus objective here, we have to stealth kill some orcs. Not a big deal. This generally goes the same every time I do it. There is some variable here and there, but just like all the other ones you've done, just approach this in a very safe manner. Once you get the 10 stealth kills for the bonus objective, it's doing the same thing we've been doing the entire run. It's just going in there, doing the berserk, or the brutalize, sorry, the brutalize, clearing the areas away, and then freeing the slaves. So that's this mission, and I'll see you on the next one.
Over here! Are you really here to save us all? Don't give up.
Other slaves see your corpse up here on the post, well, they'll work a little faster, yeah? Someone's sneaking about.
Those prisoners up ahead are close to death. Someone's sneaking about.
Back to work.
Surrender!
Where was you at? Out hunting? Nah, I was gone enslaved. Find anything worthwhile?
We got a couple of artifacts. Might have gotten more, but a pack of carnivores attacked us and killed off the pensioners.
Ranger, help us.
Alright, so as soon as we clear this mission, we're literally standing on top of the next one. Now for this mission, it's a little dangerous because we have to combat drain for the bonus objective. But as long as you kill basically everything that's not a standard enemy, this is no different than really anything else we've done. We're going to dagger throw, we're going to build combo, we're going to combat drain, and then once they're once the bonus objective is completed, we're basically going to build combo and use a fire arrow on a barrel or on the fire, which makes the explosion much larger, and kill as many orcs as we can. We'll do that twice and we should be good at that point. So that's this mission, and as long as you follow that, you shouldn't have any issue. Okay, so as soon as we're done with that mission, we're going to fast travel up to this tower, and we're going to do another brief Outcast mission grind. If I remember correctly, it's 3, so we'll do this, and then we'll teleport back here, and then we'll do that one again, and then we go across the way to get the other one. I think I teleport back to this one final time to verify. But it should always be 3. So when we teleport back here, we shouldn't have this one right below us, which it is not. So now we go across the way to this final one, and then we can move on. Alright, so for this mission, very simple. We just shoot a bunch of stuff in the head. Which is like the best way to do this for no damage, because we never have to be in melee combat. So the bonus objectives, shoot 10 people in the head. Very easy. For the slaves, we'll clear out the areas in the same manner we've been doing. Get them freed. The only thing to really be concerned here is that you are in a stronghold. So you have to worry about people trying to light the alarm or the signal fire and named enemies. So as long as you're keeping those two things in mind, this goes very simple. Shoot everybody, do brutalize if you need to, and then free the slaves, and then you can move on.
Cut me down or kill me. I don't care which. You weren't alone. Please, find our friends.
Havoc says he saved a black captain from a Graug stampede. Hang on. You built a whole tower just to make one fool.
There are others nearby. Please help me.
There are more of us up ahead. Please help them.
Did you really set towards that tower? Or are you just too stupid to
There are others who need you. Please find them.
That Udith was a waste of space anyway. Warchief. You're dead right. He's a
Did you hear that? Our Warchief opens his gob and everyone sees.
Okay, so our bonus objective here is we need to brutalize orcs from above. Not a big deal. Very, very simple to do here. And the added benefit of that is anybody that we do that to is going to cause everyone else to run away, right? Because we're in a stronghold, we absolutely need to do that. The only problem with that is that we're in a stronghold. So we have to worry about signal fires, we have to worry about named enemies, which that was a great example of. Luckily that named enemy, I don't have any idea what his weakness is, but he's not immune to range, so I was able to pin him in place and run away, so that's good. But this one should be fairly simple as long as you're keeping that in mind. Now if I remember correctly, there were quite a few named enemies in here that just like kept fucking stalking me. So because of that, it made it a little bit more intense than it needed to be. But use brutalize, use all the techniques that we've been using for the last several hours, and you should be able to get through this without any issue.
When you pick up a weapon, kill him. Can you believe they make us stand outside in this wretched heat all day long? Wretched? Only damn wretched out here is you're complaining. The two of you get back to
few
work.
stolen swords. You think you can beat us? We are orders. You.
You'll never see me coming!
You take me for sure now!
Ranger, thank you. Our friends are nearby.
A bow requires skill infinite. You'll not dive on me, little sparrow!
Like the dark, do you? Well, I'll make it nice and dark for you permanent like.
You maggot! You won't get away this time. I'll put you in the ground.
You fool! You already tried that. I have to pull this down before he gets me!
There are others nearby. Please help, Ranger.
Archers are cowards. That's what Gorgon says. Nah, you don't know what he's talking about. Me? Oh, for God's sake, those one nose in the blade. Much more fun to fight that way. This the blade you stole? Gonna be funny when I gut you with it.
Are you really here to save us all? Don't give up.
Don't forget who the master is. I like the sound of that. Did I see the Grey Walker with the tiny creature? What do you think they're up to? What you gonna do with those blades? Gonna stick me in my sleep? Dirty coward!
Thank you, Ranger, but I'm going back.
Talion and Ardon, Minas Tirith. All these places will be nothing but dust.
Alright, so we have another Caragor type mission. We have to kill enemies with Caragor bites. So as soon as we start this, we're going to turn around and we're going to go backwards through this. And this one's fairly simple because they give you enough enemies to basically get the bonus objective. So I'm just going to pin enemies in place. I'm going to go ahead and kill this enemy. Now what I should have done was just pin everybody in place. And then probably I could have finished this all at the same time. Because we would have had 5. We had 2 here and then 3 with the including the objective kill. But this is basically what we'll do. You don't really need to deviate to find enemies to kill with the Caragor. This mission, luckily enough, gives them all to you in such a way that it's very simple. There's not like 7 enemies like some of the previous ones. This one, there's 3, there's 2, there's 1, something like that. So very, very simple. So just follow my example here and you'll get through this without any issue.
Forget your axes and swords. Kill it, beast! Ranger tries to appear in front of me like a ghost, or stab him good before he can vanish again.
Okay, so for this mission, our bonus objective is we have to poison Graug barrels. The problem that complicates this is when you have a named enemy in the area, which we saw when we came in. So that's the first thing I did, was just check, see if he's still there. He is there. I also marked him, so now I can see him on the minimap at all times. So what we're going to do now is just try and clear the area of enemies. And then once we've cleared the area of enemies, we'll go down and we'll poison Graug barrels and free slaves. And what I want to do is just stay away from the named enemy if at all possible. If we have to fight him, we'll fight him, but otherwise we're just going to stay away from him. And if I remember correctly, I was able to stay away from him during this attempt. But generally speaking, whenever I've done this mission in other run attempts, most of the time there's been a named enemy here. I don't necessarily know why on this mission it seems to attract a named enemy, or maybe they coded it so that there's always one here for this mission, but there generally is one here. So if when you do this mission, especially if you're following my run and kind of doing what I do, be very careful when you do this mission, because there will likely be one here.
over here. Help me. Many thanks, Ranger. A corpse.
Thank you, Ranger.
Where'd you find
Cut me down. This pain will kill me. We're free!
Thank you, Ranger. Take...
Alright, so we're going to head back to our tower, and we have one more Outcast mission we need to unlock. So we're going to go clear this one of enemies, and that'll open our second to last mission in this zone. And then we'll be moving back over to the other zone to complete out the run.
Next one I see, I'm gonna learn to ride it. You should be afraid of them. Just one of them could tear you apart.
Alright, so for this mission, our bonus objective is we have to make orcs flee. Very, very simple to do, right? We're just going to run in and brutalize enemies. We're going to brutalize an enemy that's around a lot of other enemies so that we get max benefit from the terror fleeing or whatever. Now, alongside this, we need to free the slaves as well. We're only actually going to be able to free 2 individual, like, segregated slaves. The remaining slaves are all grouped up together. And what we're going to end up having to do is fight off a shit ton of orcs to free them. So make sure that you brutalize, you complete the bonus objective before you go to free the other slaves, if that makes any sense. So I'm just combat draining on this guy to make sure that I can get arrows back, and then we still have 2 guys we have to make flee in terror, so I'm keeping that in mind as I make my way down here. So we're gonna go back and around and see if we can find anybody to make them flee. Since I couldn't find anybody, I know that there are enemies that I have to engage up here to call in all the other ones. I'm also looking to see where they are and make sure there's no named enemies here. So we're going to get this guy. That'll definitely give me 2, and you can see on the mini-map and on the screen, lots of enemies spawning in. So we're going to go down our priority list, make sure that we kill everything that's not a standard enemy. Unfortunately, everything that spawned in here was not a standard enemy. I'm going to go ahead and brand this guy just to make sure that I get full elf shot here. And then I'm going to stay and play towards the back of this section.
For Mordor!
And that guy just threw an object at me and I didn't even dodge it. I didn't even notice that when I was like in the moment. That's crazy. That dude could have absolutely fucking hit me. But basically what I'm doing is I'm allowing the slaves to do the fighting. And I'm killing what I can when I can. But you want to take this one very, very slow because it's very easy to get overwhelmed and surrounded. And then just take like a stray shot out of nowhere. So
This is our home!
my suggestion is to play it safe, do what I'm doing here in the back, and just kind of hang out and let the mission unfold, let the slaves run in, let the slaves do a lot of the work, and then pick people off from range when you can. But once this is done, we'll move on to our final mission in this zone, and then we'll head back over to the other one.
For our brothers! They can't take all of us! Take back what's ours!
I am in your debt. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't stop fighting, Ranger! Ranger, you're a good man.
Alright, so for our final mission in this zone, we have to kill 10 ghouls with a single Wraith Flash. This is very, very, very risky and very difficult. So what I do, or the best way that I found to do this, is to pull the ghouls in to this small little corridor to the entrance of the cave, and then we're going to use the bow and walk in slow-mo, get in between them, and then use Wraith Flash. Now, unfortunately, that is a gamble. There is no way to 100% guarantee you will not get hit when you do that. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. And the reason that I wait till this long to do it is because the hunting challenge we're on right now is to kill a ghoul matron, and this spawns one. So what I'm doing is I'm pulling these guys all the way back. And once they start getting close, I need to roll in between every hit, and that's because of the acid. As you can see, I'm getting acid shot at me, so you need to be paying attention for that, and dodge rolling is the best way to mitigate that. Okay, so we're almost cleared of the second section. Again, I'm taking it very slow, not taking any risk here. And I'm pulling them back to the cave so that I have room to work. And what I mean by work is roll around, unobstructed, don't have to worry about running into walls or whatever. It's also a good way to funnel them into an area where, if you're lucky, a spitting ghoul will stop and shoot the ground. And I think you see that here. Yeah, you see he's hitting the ground here. Like, I'm still dodging, but he's just hitting the ground. He's not hitting me. So you can sometimes get that type of RNG, which is beneficial. So I'm going to run in here, I'm going to get this object, and then we're going to go pull the final room. Now it's very important for the final room that you absolutely must pull them all out of the cave. If you do that, then you'll get the Ghoul Matron to spawn and you'll only have to fight it. If you kill all the enemies in the cave, you will be completely surrounded by ghouls and the Matron and have to deal with all of it. Which is not ideal, because once you kill the Ghoul Matron, they will all be aggroed to you and they will follow you out of this cave, and it's a headache. So highly suggest that for the final room, and I'm foot stomping this, you kill them all out here. Now I'm going to go ahead and shoot all these guys, and if I remember correctly, I actually go through every single arrow, which is bad. Very bad. Now the Ghoul Matron just got called in, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to pop our special here. And we're just going to burn her, same as we did to the other ones we fought. Once she's dead, mission is complete, and then we can move on. And that also completed Hunting Challenge 9. So this zone is completely 100% now. So we're going to head back to the other zone, and we're going to go to the next main mission, and we'll continue on from there. Alright, so for this mission, as soon as you start, we're basically just going to Shadow Strike the Caragor to mount it. That's the best way to do it, it's the fastest way to do it, and it's the safest way to do it. From here, we're just basically going to take your hands off the controls, because you'll just auto-follow Torvin until we get to the cave. Once we get to the cave, I'll talk about the Graug. But this section right here, there's not really anything for you to do, so enjoy the ride, I guess.
I'm ready to fight the Graug.
And that's just what you do. Fight! No art, no finesse. The hunt isn't about swinging and slashing, it's bigger than that.
From your perspective, Dwarf, everything is bigger.
Yes, this Graug is very, very big. Oh wait, you're mocking me. Graugs are one of the oldest species of Mordor, and the deadliest by far. It's been a long time since I faced this Graug. Let us hope time wasn't as gentle to him as it was to me. My old partner and I once tracked a Graug from Mount Dolmed to Nogrod. We finally slayed it and got stuck under his leg for 2 days. Those were fun times. Last time I saw the beast was when my old partner and I tracked it into his dwelling.
How did you get out alive?
Luck! The Graug knocked me senseless. When I came to, it had ended my partner. Facing that creature alone was a death sentence. I'd been hunting this Graug for almost a decade. That's a lot of years of dedication to one beast.
Dedication? Or a sign you preach better than you hunt.
Oh, that's funny, Captain. I'll be sure to laugh when the beast eats you alive. The mighty Graug will be my legacy. Dwarves will tell tales of Torvin the Hunter for generations. And I'll have them throw your name in there somewhere.
Alright, so we've made it to the end, we'll have a cutscene, and then we'll be in basically the Graug fight. The way this fight works is for the bonus objective, we have to stop him from eating ghouls. Very, very simple to do. You can see him swipe at ghouls, and you'll basically just shoot his hand. Now for the actual fight itself, what we need to do is we need to shoot him in the head when he goes to charge, and then he'll run in a straight line and he'll hit a wall. Now once he hits that wall, he'll be vulnerable and we can go in and attack. And once we get done with the attack, a bunch of ghouls will spawn in. So I like to stay like kind of hugged to a wall so that when I shoot him in the head and he charges, he will auto hit the wall. And then we can jump on him, do the damage, and then we'll jump off of him, get distance, and wait for the ghouls to come in. Now when the ghouls come in for the first time, we need to make sure that we're prepared to shoot his hand. So I'm going to kill some of the ghouls, just to thin the herd, so to speak. And then I'm going to wait for him to grab them. When he grabs them, I'm going to shoot the hand. For whatever reason, that shot didn't take. Let's wait for them to come in. We got him. There he goes. We'll shoot the hand. Boom. There's one. We need two more. There's our second one. And here's our third one. So at this point, now I'm just going to kill all the ghouls with dagger throws. If he happens to eat one, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Now when you do the dagger throw, it will hit the hand, or it can hit the hand, and stop him from eating. So as you're spamming the daggers, and that's also one of the reasons why I bought the upgraded dagger from the skills, was so that one, I can kill them faster, but two, maybe I can get that out of his hand as well. But regardless, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't let him eat too many, he won't gain enough health back to make a difference. So that's the second time there. Now we're going to roll back, kill any ghouls that happen to spawn near me, and then I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for him to get near all the ghouls, and then we're just going to start shooting the ghouls. Luckily, he was already in a position he didn't have to walk, so that was good. But if he does try to walk before all the ghouls kind of settle in on him, you want to be very careful because they can turn to you if he's too far away to auto aggro. Alright, so that's all the ghouls we have to deal with. Now all I have to do is shoot him in the face one more time, and then get the prompt off, and then it'll auto go into the cutscene and we'll be done.
I hope that Torvin finds his way home, now that his hunt is over.
If he does, then he will find his home is not as he left it.
Alright, so for this mission, our optional objective, or our bonus objective, is we have to combat drain orcs. So the best way that I found to do this is to move to this elevated position and to kill everything that's not standard. Once we kill everything that's not standard, then we'll drop down and then we can combat drain and fight them like we've done so many times before. But we want to make sure that everything that's not standard is off the board. Otherwise, we're going to have to deal with a bunch of nonsense that could potentially get us hit. Now, because this is in a stronghold, we do also have to deal with the alarm. So you'll see that there's a guy going for the alarm. You're going to have to look out for that as you're doing this sequence of fighting and trying to combat drain these guys. But that's pretty much it. Combat drain and kill orcs, and then make sure that they don't get to touch the signal. Now, once you complete the mission, you're going to be asked to basically kill all branded enemies. Do not do that until you get a guy peeing in the corner. Do you see that? He was peeing while we were fighting, dude. That's hilarious. I didn't notice that, like when I was doing the actual run. That's funny. But anyways, make sure that you kill like all enemies that are not branded before you kill the branded ones. Otherwise, you'll be like, somebody will be trying to fight you as you come out of it, and somebody could potentially go light the alarm, or it could attract a whole bunch of other ones. So just make sure you kill everyone before you kill all the brandeds.
Warfile's memories engraved upon its hilt complete. Words trace tales amongst the blood. No blade can match this power now.
Hate how the boss rations out for Graug when he don't think we've done good enough.
Alright, for this one, very simple. We just have to attract enemies as we kill them. Mainly this will happen through attraction while we're looking down our bow. So we'll attract with the bow, and then we'll kill them with the bow, and we're going to do all of this. Basically, this entire mission will be done from range, so we'll never be in a position to where we can be hit. So just follow my example here, and you should be able to get through this without any issue.
What do you know? Is their power greater than yours?
I have not yet been tested against them. Saruman the White is the leader of the White Council. His knowledge of the Rings of Power is deep.
Serve me.
Achan, the steel of sun fulfilled. A power matched and muted, sharp and silver.
This land is rich and green, but there is a sickness on it.
These waters are bitter, and the creatures within them foul. But they will feed Sauron's war machine. Nani here, Gelar Mordor. Though my power is diminished, it is not wholly spent. We will not abandon Middle-earth and depart into the west until the betrayer and all his works are undone.
Alright, so with this item collected, congratulations, we are 100%. The only things left we have to do for the main game is we have to complete the main mission. The main story mission. So let's head over there and let's get that knocked out.
Medicine is often in the dose.
We wish to thank you for coming to us.
Alright, so the general gist for this is that because we haven't died, we don't know who our nemesis is necessarily. The approach that I take for this is we're just going to go down the list, right? Of all the things I've told you before. So as soon as we have control of Talion, I'm going to attempt to shoot him in the head. If he is damageable, we're going to shoot him from the head, or we're going to shoot him in the head from here. If not, then I'm immediately going to kill everything that's not standard, and then we're going to run in, and we're going to use our melee ultimate skill, whatever you call it, to kill him. Now, I don't think I did it here. I didn't feel like I needed it, and I wanted to save it for the second section, just in case the strategy there got messed up. So I think I elected to just hit him, try to jump over him. He's immune. So we'll throw Dagger, we'll build up, then we'll go in, hit him again, until he's dead. And this should be it. He should go down to one knee here. Yeah, there we go.
Finish it, you filthy schrock.
So that's that. That's the first section. Very, very simple.
We are at the final reckoning. The fortress of the Black Hand.
Alright, so for the Black Hand, this is a very, very, very consistent section. He will always be in the exact same position that you are going to see me do here. So he will always be in this position. We're going to distract him, go in, we'll do the stealth brand. Right after this, we're going to go over this wall and he'll be directly under us. You can even see the icon there. We'll get this stealth brand. And now right after this, we're going to run down here, make a hard left, and he'll be right in front of us, and we're going to distract him to the wall, and then stealth brand. And that's it. That's done. Very, very simple. Now we're just going to run straight. We'll take the exact same pathing to the bridge that we did the first time when we started this section. And then we'll have a couple of quick time events. Like button prompts we'll have to do here, but that's it. This part's done, and then we've got one final combat section to do before the run is complete.
Come here, son. I have something for you from the finest smith.
Father.
Flames, we must return to Queen Marwen.
The Black Hand has been here. I can feel it.
Lothariel.
There must be a better life than this.
Alright, so our final combat section. So what we need to do here is we're going to run forward until we get to our branded Warchiefs. And what you need to pull this strategy off is you have to have the stealth ultimate, stealth skill, ability, whatever, to go invisible. We've used it once in this run so far. You have to have it here for this to work. And this strategy is not 100% guaranteed, but what we're going to do is we're going to run forward. We'll trigger this dialogue.
Barad-dûr is rebuilt. Mount Doom is aflame. The fall of men is here, and Sauron will conquer all.
As soon as this dialogue ends, we trigger it, and we run forward, and we brand the guy that was just talking. Now, after we brand him, I'm going to stay close, I'm going to move to the left, and I'm going to be looking at all of the other Warchiefs, and as soon as I see their eyes glowing, I know that it's worked. So we're going to move forward here. The game thinks I have branded all of them now. So now I'm going to kill them. That just killed all of my Warchiefs. It killed all of those hands. And now the game says, oh, you killed all of them. Good. Keep going. For some, I don't know why that works. It's maybe a bug in the system or a bug in the code. I don't really know. But it does. So that is the go-to strategy. And like I said, it's not always going to work. Which is why I saved my combat ultimate for the melee finishers.
This will finish as it started.
But there it did work, and that is the last instance of combat damage that you can take. Everything from here is just doing quick time events, so hitting the right button at the right time.
Strike now, Talion! I cannot hold it for much longer!
Talion, my heart.
And that's it, guys. That is Shadow of Mordor completed 100% without taking damage. So if you've stuck with me to the end, I want to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. This was a really fun and challenging run to complete, so I hope it was both educational and entertaining. If you enjoyed this run, consider subscribing and turning on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. Otherwise, thank you again for hanging out with me for this run, and I'll see you on the next one.